the event. Okay, let's start. Thank you for coming, people. Wow, finally. Oh, I got a little bit nervous because I have to speak English. Yeah, thank you for coming to Plurality Tokyo, the first event of the Plurality in Japan, I think. Yeah. We got more than 150 registrations for this event. So many people will come later. So thank you for participating, everybody. So I'm Haru, host of this event. Thank you. And before starting the event, let me announce some kind of housekeeping things. The restrooms are located behind the entrance. And also, I'm sorry, Wi-Fi will be available at the unConference session because the Wi-Fi here is not so strong, so we want to secure the bandwidth for the first few keynotes. And please respect others. This event will be created by all participants, not only staffs. So please show respect for others and listen to others' opinions and be responsible for your words and actions and acknowledge others' value and engage in dialogue. So we have an unconference session at the last time, so last session. So please enjoy as making dialogue with others. So before starting, let's make a chat with next people to you. So please say hi to the guys you don't know here. Okay, thank you for contribution. Can I restart? Hello. Hello. I want to restart. Hey. Hey. Thank you for contributing. So yeah, the people looks more relaxed. Really nice. And we have detailed version of code of conduct, and you can see the detailed one from the scrapbox. I will explain later. So, and also, if you face some kind of incidents, please let us know, the staffs, or please email to the pluralitytokyo@gmail.com. Okay, and also please know that yellow neck straps is the sign of the photography not allowed. If you find the people who wear yellow neck strap, please don't photograph people. Okay, and yeah. Finally, again, I will start this event. Thank you for coming. And my name is Haru Seki, founder of Code for Japan, one of the organization which helps this event. And I'm a host of this event. And Code for Japan is a community for people who think together and create together something. And I think this kind of attitude is very related to plurality things. So I'm very happy to help this event. And we use this hashtag, and please share your experiment on this event. This is the first event in Japan about plurality, and I think many of people doesn't know exactly about plurality. So let's learn together and share that learnings to the world. Okay, and also we prepared UDTalk, the translating app. If you already downloaded, you can see what I am speaking, if my English is correct. Okay, so it is not so great right now. And next, social note. Plurality conference will be created by everyone. So please update this note. Everyone can log in to this Scrap box and edit notes. So if you want to add something to the speakers sessions or unconference sessions, you can feel freely update. So even you can create your page, your account page. So please enjoy as social editing. And unconference. At the last session of this event, we will organize unconference. This is everyone can. This is the sessions. Everyone can contribute and join, and also decide what should be token. So yeah, please prepare unconference. And also, we prepared our POAP. If I don't want to explain in detail here because we have not so much time. But please remember this secret phrase, and that if you go to this QR code, you can see how you can get this POAP NFT. And yeah, if you have a MetaMask, I think you can easily get this NFT as a free. And next, oh, sorry. Okay, schedule. Yeah, please see detailed schedule from Scrapbox. I will skip this, but we have many sessions. And I want to say thank you for our sponsors. Without those sponsors, we can't make this event. So please applause. Solidity House and Dentsu Inc. and Shibuya Startup Deck and Kiminori Japan. And thank you very much. And Rick, where's Rick? He started this. He started this kickoff this team. So please.
Hi. Thanks so much for coming here, everyone. This is Rick Shimi, the founder of this project. Since I really want to get to the main event as soon as possible, so I'm just gonna leave 3 things that I want to say and leave here. So first, let's make this not only a Plurality Tokyo, but make it a global event. I know some of you here are not from Japan and are from, obviously, from other country. So we started Plurality Tokyo, but I want to see more than that. Where is Plurality Paris? Where is Plurality Sydney? And after this event, we will make a blog post about what happened here, who are here, and what can be improved. So we first made a Plurality format event of Plurality independent event. So we must not only replicate that, but proliferate to every single country in the world. And second thing, let's make this place not only to imagine, but to experiment as well. Like while I fully imagine, believes in the power of imagination, I believe in power of implementation more. So as I looked at the list of attendees, I am more than sure that there's a tons of developers or like people who have already experimented on Plurality are here. So just not make it only imagination, but make it a place to experiment and develop here. And lastly, please take a tons of photos and post it online here. So like, obviously with the hashtag Plurality Tokyo, like if you post it 100 times, like just post it 100 times more. And that's gonna work perfectly. And unless you include someone with UDTalk, which I haven't heard someone who, I haven't seen someone who's wearing it, you're more than allowed to take anywhere in this room, or even like anywhere outside this room, and post it with Plurality Tokyo. And I am really, really wondering, I actually want to see people who's wondering, what the heck is Plurality after seeing that on Twitter trend? So just post it as many as possible here. And lastly, thanks once for our sponsors, speakers, and our staff, and all of you coming here to make this event come true. Have a wonderful day, and please keep in your mind that this is a historic day in Japanese, or like, sorry, not only Japan, but global plurality movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, so we are gonna start from keynote speech, but before that, you can please access to Slido and submit questions. That two of keynote speakers are not speaking online, but that questions will be followed by the panel discussion later. Yeah, can you send something to? Maybe, yeah, it's okay. And okay, so the first keynote is Audrey Tang, and let me prepare things. So she sent us a dedicated talk. So let's see.
Good local time, everyone. I'm Audrey Tang, Taiwan's Digital Minister. It's an honor to address you all today at Plurality Tokyo. Before I delve into my speech, allow me to share a poem that encapsulates our mission. When we see Internet of Things, let's make it an Internet of Beings. When we see virtual reality, let's make it a shared reality. When we see machine learning, let's make it collaborative learning. When we see user experience, let's make it about human experience. And whenever we hear that the singularity is near, let us always remember the plurality is here. In recent months, the rapid development of language models has heightened concerns about existential risks, raising questions about the looming singularity. However, I am a firm believer that assistive intelligence has the potential to liberate our time for more meaningful pursuits. The crafting of this very speech was indeed aided by language models, demonstrating the power of transformative technology, which will indelibly reshape human society, much like the Internet has done. With 3/4 of a century remaining in the 21st century, the first quarter-century's joint efforts have laid the groundwork for the digital world's fundamental structure. We cannot overlook humanity's adaptability as our present lives were also once beyond the imagination of those in the beginning of 21st century. As transformative technologies emerge, diverse communities generate unique usage patterns to fulfill distinct objectives. While autocracies exploit technology as a means of control, we strive to democratize technology in pursuit of plurality or collaborative diversity. Guided by the spirit of plurality, democracies must go beyond devising protective measures. We're envisioning a trajectory embracing the triad of participation, progress, and safety. In a plural world, everyone can establish their digital spaces while collaboratively crafting interaction modes that accommodate all. Although communities may differ in norms and cultures, we can reveal shared values for shared reflection and deliberation, thus fostering an interoperable co-presence. This aspiration necessitates a robust digital infrastructure. The growth of Taiwan's internet and democracy has proceeded in tandem. Today, the Taiwanese people readily utilize the internet as a public forum for discourse, and the Taiwanese government staunchly upholds broadband as a human right, ensuring every citizen has sufficient bandwidth for live streaming, even atop Taiwan's highest peak, Mount Jade, thereby facilitating continuous dialogue and value exchange. Innovative mechanisms, such as quadratic voting in presidential hackathons, have enabled numerous co-creation initiatives, including the Water Refill Map app, which merges public water dispensers with eco-conscious tea shops to combat plastic waste. Other notable projects include a community-established CO2 uptake platform for carbon reduction, and last, a collaborative river basin management platform. While Web3 implementations often emphasize novel technological capabilities, our experience from 5 years of presidential hackathons revealed that the crux of success lies in prioritizing people and utilizing appropriate technology to foster seamless communication, consensus building, and problem solving. So today, it is heartening to witness the numerous Web3 events unfolding in Tokyo, such as Plurality Tokyo, Nth Global Tokyo, and DAO Tokyo. Developers worldwide are collaborating now on decentralized technology, exemplifying plurality through distributed ledgers that empower everyone to co-create content within a shared commons. And to build upon these achievements and broaden the vision of plurality, we established the Ministry of Digital Affairs last August, serving as the moda or motor for Taiwan's digital transformation. We bridge civics and technologies. We strengthen industry and security in unison. Indeed, our ministry has a dedicated section in charge of Web3 infrastructure, with our initial focus on decentralized identities. By learning from DAO communities, we strive to construct bridges between traditional institutions and those that are emerging. Earlier this year, we joined forces with a World Wide Web consortium to develop verifiable credentials and decentralized identifiers. Through such frameworks, we can play a crucial role in confirming the authenticity of natural persons, legal entities, and novel organizational structures such as DAOs. As we look to the future, individuals utilizing decentralized apps on the decentralized web will possess the right to determine with whom they share their data. We are unwavering in our commitment to collaborate with Web3 innovators on quadratic funding, retroactive funding, and social impact bonds. Our pilots, those people-public-private partnerships, are well positioned to be disseminated across Japan and all democracies as digital public goods. As we navigate uncharted waters of this century and beyond, I urge you to stand with Taiwan in the pursuit of plurality. By harnessing our collective intelligence, creativity, and resolve, we can drive genuine and enduring transformation. Let us embark on this journey, united in our mission to show the world the unyielding spirit of democracy. Thank you. Live long and prosper.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Audrey Tang is digital minister in Taiwan, and she has been implementing technologies to create an inclusive society. And that story is very interesting. And we invited some people from Taiwan, and those guests will join the panel. Please enjoy. And next keynote is Kevin. And so let me start here. Oh, maybe this.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Thanks so much for the invite to.
Sorry, this would be better.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Thanks so much for the invite to give a talk at Plurality Tokyo. Looks like it's going to be a really fun event. I wish I could be here. I think that the vibes are going to be really high, and I'm really excited about this idea of creating an active and sustainable community of people who are experimenting with plurality. I mean, wow, just seems like such a great event. Thanks so much again for inviting me to give a talk. The title of my talk today is Making Pluralism Practical. It's going to be about my experiences with quadratic funding and making pluralism practical during my work as the founder of Gitcoin. So maybe I will start off with why plurality matters to me. And I think that I can't express it better than Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, one of my favorite science fiction series. So this quote from Gene Roddenberry goes, "An infinite diversity and infinite combination represents a Vulcan belief that beauty, growth, progress all result from the union of the like and the unlike. Concord as much as discord requires the presence of at least two different notes. The brotherhood of man is an ideal based on our learning to delight in our essential differences as well as our learning to recognize our similarities. The circle and the triangle combine to produce the gemstone in the center as the union of words and music creates song, or the union of marriage creates children." I wish I was that articulate, but I'm a software engineer, and the poetry and the beauty, I think, of pluralism is best left to artists and storytellers. So I'm going to talk about realizing this vision in the 21st century in the information age with quadratic funding. That is what my talk is about today, and let's get into it. So for those of you who do not know, I'm Kevin Owocki. I am the founder of Gitcoin, which is a crowdfunding platform that has funded $50 million worth of plural public goods, and I'm going to get into what we've learned about making pluralism practical during my time at Gitcoin. But just so you know, I have disaffiliated from Gitcoin leadership. I was the founder of Gitcoin, and from 2017 to 2022, I was its CEO. But since then, it's got a DAO structure, and so it's got a plural decentralized governance structure that is running it now. So I am the founder and the fire starter of Gitcoin, but there are many smart people out there who are running Gitcoin now, and I'm so proud to have passed it along to them. So show of hands, I'm wondering how many of you all have heard of quadratic funding, which is the primary mechanism behind Gitcoin. Quadratic funding is based off of a paper by Vitalik Buterin and Zoe Hitzig and Glenn Weil, a flexible design for funding public goods. And I'm going to talk about why it's so powerful here. So every quarter on Gitcoin, $1 million worth of funding is put into a matching pool. And then what happens is that contributions are accepted from the crowd to that matching pool. And they are the matching pool matches contributions from the crowd in such a way that if two projects raise the same amount of funding, but project one has way more funding from a broader base of contributors, then it's able to get more of the matching pool. And what's really powerful about this is that a $1 contribution or a $10 contribution can result in $100 or $1,000 worth of matching. And that gets people off their butts and gets them contributing to their favorite public goods. The number of contributors matters more than the amount funded. This pushes power to the edges away from whales and central power brokers and creates more democracy in how public goods are funded. And public goods are good. We want to create a dense preference map of what the plurality of our communities want to fund with public goods, and that is the power of quadratic funding. So we've been making pluralism practical by implementing quadratic funding in the real world on Gitcoin grants. Okay, so let's get into the agenda of my talk. I'll talk about the thesis behind my talk. I'll talk about the experiments that we're doing, and then we'll end with a call to action. So the thesis behind my talk is that with the right tools, pluralism is practical. I'm going to share my journey with Gitcoin and pluralism being practical there, and then I would challenge you all to build your tools to make pluralism practical. So let's talk about the experiments that Gitcoin has done making pluralism practical. So Gitcoin grants. A need that we saw in the Ethereum ecosystem was the ability to create more scalable and democratic funding for the Ethereum ecosystem. And the result that we've seen is that over 3,000 projects have been funded on Gitcoin, over 15 rounds of quadratic funding, and $50 million in results have been created during this time. So we made pluralism practical with Gitcoin grants. And we've been iterating towards a global maxima of how much funding we can distribute in the most legitimate way by going through an OODA loop. So when you want to make pluralism practical, you want to observe what your community is doing. You want to orient how you want to change the mechanism in the site. You need to decide what changes to deploy to your product, and then you act, and then you measure the results, and then you spin the loop all over again. So this is an iterative approach to making pluralism practical. Over 15 quarterly rounds of Gitcoin grants, we were able to just deploy $50 million, and each round was more pluralistic and practical than the last. In 2019, we realized that people needed an easy way to host a quadratic vote. Quadratic voting and quadratic funding are the same thing. It's just that one you vote with vote credits and one you vote with actual tokens or dollars. And in 2019, we realized that people needed an easy way to host a quadratic vote, so we launched quadraticvote.co, which is a site where you can host a quadratic vote. And we've seen hundreds of quadratic votes hosted, helping communities figure out which values in their pluralist community are the most important. In 2020, we realized that downtown Boulder businesses in Boulder, Colorado, my hometown, had seen 99% of their foot traffic decrease because of the pandemic. And we were able to raise a quadratic funding round that delivered $50K in results to 5 different businesses downtown: a comic book shop, a yoga studio, a bookstore, and other downtown businesses outside of the crypto niche. And we were able to show that democratic, pluralistic funding is viable if we deploy quadratic funding to our downtowns. In 2021, we did an experiment with Open Collective to fund open source software with quadratic funding, and was able to deliver $100,000 in results over one round to 100 different Web2 packages. Open source software is a really important public good to our digital infrastructure, and we were able to fund it using quadratic funding, because with the right tools, pluralism is practical. So Gitcoin grants, the primary product that we worked on at Gitcoin, and then all of these side projects that made pluralism practical over the years: Downtown Stimulus Fund OSS and quadraticvote.co, were able to show how pluralism could become practical with the right tools. Now we're working on a tool called Simple Grants for Web 2, which is a clean and well-documented code base that will allow us to run reusable quadratic funding experiments starting with US dollars. But because it's a modular, reusable code base, we could also fork it and build in payments in any currency, including the Japanese currency, including cryptocurrencies, and any currency that is out there. And that will be launching sometime this quarter. With the right tools, pluralism is practical. I'm no longer at Gitcoin, like I said, but Gitcoin is working on a grants protocol for Web 3. A clean, well-documented, reusable, decentralized, and modular code base to run quadratic voting and quadratic funding experiments that is launching, that will actually be alpha, launched in Q1 of 2023. This is going to be around in April 2023, showing that with the right tools, pluralism is practical. So you can start to see the evolution of doing quadratic voting and quadratic funding in the Gitcoin and supermodular ecosystem from this talk. And so I want to talk about my call to action for you, Plurality Tokyo. So we've got a bunch of open research problems. If you are a data analyst, then I would love to have you reach out to me. My email is down in the bottom of this slide, kevin@supermodular.xyz. And I could use help if you have a place, a public good in which you want to run a plural quadratic funding campaign. Please reach out to me. I would love that. Gitcoin or supermodular can do quadratic funding for your ecosystem with any payment method you would like to see. Gitcoin can run it for you, or you can fork the code and run it yourself. Each campaign is about 2 weeks of prep, 2 weeks to run, and 2 weeks to close out. And that's really all it takes in order to run a public goods funding, plural funding project in your community. So this has been my talk for Plurality Tokyo 2023. With the right tools, I believe that pluralism is practical. And I'm really excited about this idea that when pluralism is practical, we'll have reached the quadratic lands. This is a mimetic Schelling point that we've set back when I was at Gitcoin around what would be true, what would the world look like if we have rewritten the laws of economics to build plurality in at the base. If we could rewrite the laws of economics to have crowdfunding and distributed collective intelligence, making sure that our commons are funded and we could all work for the open internet. So this is what we call the quadratic lands back in my days at Gitcoin. And I think that when pluralism is practical, then we'll have reached the quadratic lands. And when we're building tools to make pluralism practical, we are building an arc to take us to the quadratic lands. So this has been my talk for Plurality Tokyo 2023. I really wish that I could have been there, but it's just not possible with childcare and travel and everything for me. My challenge to you in the audience is reach out if you want to work with me, Kevin@supermodular.xyz. And I challenge you to build tools to make pluralism practical in your own community. I really enjoyed the chance to talk to you, and I hope to be invited to attend IRL in 2024. Great to see you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Yeah, quadratic voting is one of key tools for enabling the plurality, I think. And so actually, we are ahead of schedule, so I'm not sure Joi? Here? Ah, okay. Thank you. So next keynote speech will be provided by Joi Ito. And yeah, I'm very excited to invite him. So,
got that.
Yeah, yeah, please. Sit here, or you want to stand up? Okay. So please welcome Joi Ito. So please prepare.
Hello. Hello, I'm Joi, and I'm speaking in English, right? Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about plurality I didn't know a lot about plurality, so I spent the last few weeks reading a lot of the papers, reading Glenn's work. It's very exciting, but it's also kind of deja vu, because I think this is something that a lot of us have been working on, but with the new tools, I think we can make a lot of progress. So I'm excited to share, but also to learn about things. Okay. So I still remember before there was internet. How many of you remember before internet? Not many people. So before that, life was simple. You know, I think that it was kind of, in physics, it was kind of Euclidean. Something happened, something else happened. You would call somebody, make an appointment, and then you would show up on time. And everything was quite predictable. And the world was very different. And before internet, we invented democracy. And we had the things like the US Constitution, which were dependent on some basic principles, like the fact that the representative democracy works because you can't call everybody. You don't have social media. You can't travel around. And that the extreme people in society can't aggregate. There are many, many things that were invented before internet that are the basis of democracy. And a lot of constitutional law professors and activists, they use a phrase called constitutional moment, which is when something happens, like social media, that breaks the way democracy was designed because of new technology. So what happened after internet? Oops. Okay. So after internet made everything faster, more complex, everything was hyper-connected. And this is kind of obviously the world that we live in. And it was categorically different in many ways than what had happened before. So we're talking about how we are adapting our society and democracy to this after-internet world. So of course, crypto and Web3 is a new layer of what's happening after internet. But I think the biggest shift is just this overall digital movement. But I want to go back even further. Okay, I'll figure this out. So this is a Sumerian clay tablet from 7,000 years ago. And this was the first ledger. And on this ledger in the Mesopotamian era, they would keep track inside of the cities of the resources like wood and lamb and water. And this was the first time that cities could scale to more than 10,000 people, because they could coordinate all of the resources of these massive cities. So it was very centralized, but it allowed a coordination that you couldn't do before. And then this is another really important innovation. This is 600 or 700 years ago. We had double entry bookkeeping in Japanese, fukushiki boki. And this was the merchants of Venice, the Italians. And this allowed, so if you think about technology, this is clay tablets. And now with paper and ink, they can keep these books. And these books aren't centralized as much. So each company has its own set of books. And one person's debit is somebody else's credit. And so it allowed these ledgers to be decentralized and allowed things like corporations. And around the same time, some scholars that did a lot of gambling discovered the mathematics of probability. So you could start to do things like calculate risk, price insurance, start to do more sophisticated credit, and eventually that creates the whole field of finance. And so the combination of double entry bookkeeping, corporations, and probability allowed sort of modern capitalism to get created. And so if you think about it, it's interesting because this hasn't really changed. So if you're a company, the only standardized way in which you share your health is that you print out your balance sheet and your profit and loss, and you give it to the shareholders, and then they make an assessment. There's a lot of digital technology and AI that goes into ERP systems and things to manage the company before paper, but then you convert everything to paper, and then the banks then take it and digitize it and do all kinds of analysis. So there's a lot of digital on both sides of the basic accounting system, but the accounting system is very old. It's still about 600 or 700 years old. And one of the things I think that everybody gets very excited about finance. And so we talk about financial systems and things like that, but finance is what happens on top of accounting. So the accounting protocol hasn't been innovated mostly for about 600 or 700 years. And the technology is still basically paper, because you can print out the health of any company in a P&L. And so what I think is really exciting about Web3 and blockchain is that for the first time, we're hacking at the accounting layer. We're hacking at the material. It's no longer paper. So if I promise Hal that I'll give him $1 million if it rains tomorrow, and if we as a room think it's 50% chance, and if he has to file his accounts, he can't put that promise in the balance sheet. He has to put it in as $500,000. But it's not worth $500,000. It's either worth $1 million or zero with a 50% probability. But that complex, not that complex, but this probabilistic idea can't be stored on paper, but it can be stored in digital, right? And I think what's amazing about blockchain, and I'm not going to explain blockchain to you because you're here because you know what it is. So it's of course a ledger, but it's also, after Ethereum, we have this programmability, right? So you could actually create with an oracle a thing that can pay out $1 million or zero, and you could put it on the blockchain. You don't have to reduce this promise to $500,000. You can actually put the promise and the relationship in the cash on the blockchain. So fundamentally, accounting system right now is very reductionist. It takes a lot of information, it takes a lot of structure, and squeaks it out and reduces it to a number that you can write with a pen. But with the blockchain, you can leave a lot of these probabilistic relationships, so you can leave promises, contracts, and all kinds of probabilistic models. And with models, what you can do is you can create new accounting systems. So you could say, okay, here are all of the companies in the world, and here's probabilistically what they do, and can I take this company? So if I took Sony and Panasonic today and merged them, how would they look? What if the yen went to this? How would this company look? If all I care about is the price of hamburgers, how does this company look from the perspective of a hamburger? And you should be able to do all kinds of things that right now accountants do with lots of math and lots of work, just by doing formula across probabilistic models that are on the blockchain. So I think that accounting isn't considered sexy, but this is where the real innovation is going to happen. And so I think accounting is a really important way to look at what the innovation is of the blockchain. And this is, by the way, this is AI. So I think what AI does is allow us to compute against it. Aya-san sent me, I think this was last year now, the Ethereum Foundation report. And on it, you know, it doesn't say Ethereum is cryptocurrency that you're going to make a lot of money if you hold. It says Ethereum is a protocol for human coordination. And if you think about the accounting system, the way that Mesopotamian cities became 10,000 people, it was because of the ledger. If you think about the way, for better or for worse, that capitalism grew the economy of the world so much, it was because of this accounting system. And so if you think about it, and this is, I think, part of why we're here, the current democracy and current capitalism is based on paper and ink. It's scalable only to the extent that we can encompass the complexity of the world. And I think one of the problems of the world is that we reduce everything to very simple dollars and cents. We can't coordinate things that are more complex. But with the blockchain and with Ethereum and other tools, we should be able to capture much more nuance and have a much more pluralistic world. And I think this is, from the accounting perspective, how I would think about it. And then this is sort of another simple thing. I mean, it's programmable business, programmable government, programmable society. And again, I think the key thing, and we all know this is sort of preaching to the choir, but before it wasn't programmable. Every contract that you had to have policemen, courts, and lawyers in order to execute a contract. Programmability will create scalability, both in good and bad ways. But I think we really have to understand how we're going to program this society. Let me see. It's not working. Okay. Oh, go back one. Yeah. So this, as an old person, I've been through this decentralization push many times. So when the web first came out, we created hundreds of internet service providers, and we pushed against the centralized telephone companies to try to decentralize communication. But then after a while, because when I was at PSINet, we had hundreds of providers in Japan. They all disappeared because everything got centralized again. And we thought that Wi-Fi would unlock, so no more cell phones. But now it goes back to cell phones. So one of the things that happens is it decentralizes and centralizes. And when we did Web 2, initial blogs, you hosted your own blog, and you could download the posts. And we had lots of APIs so that blogs could talk to each other. And then it centralized again. And so I feel like Web3, we're seeing a huge decentralization. Thank you. But I do fear that it may start to centralize again. And some things maybe should centralize, but a lot of the good stuff, we have to figure out how to keep the decentralized parts decentralized. And I was looking at my notes. In 2003 and 4, I worked on a paper called Emergent Democracy. And when we first saw the blogs, because they were so decentralized at the beginning, we thought that blogs would create a complete decentralized emergent democracy that would go beyond representative democracy and a new kind of direct democracy. And in many ways, the vision is very similar. And it didn't work. You know, we ended up with Twitter instead of this emergent democracy. And so I think that we can learn a little bit from the history. And I think, again, each time I think we get closer. But I do think that, you know, what we envisioned as a truth, that blogs were decentralized, very quickly changed as the business changed. And it was partially that the normal users started using it. And they cared less about the philosophy, and they just cared about the fact that they wanted to be able to do it from their mobile phone without having to have their own server. So one of the fears that I have is we have this kind of crypto Web3 scene of all these people who believe in this philosophy, but once, like in Japan, I think I was reading a Dentsu report, only like 3 or 4% of people have wallets. So this is very much like the early adopter days. So when every normal person starts to use Web3, they don't care so much about plurality and about these decentralization. So I think we need to figure out how to make it robust. And I think when we were doing emergent democracy, we believed that these protocols were inherently open, but they weren't. So I do think, though, that the dream that we have, and I have it, is that with a combination of Web3 and AI, we can get this transparency, accountability, interpretability, and governance. And I think I want to take another shot at it, but I want to make sure that we are also very clear-eyed and aware that left to... So my Shanghaiese roommate's father had a very good saying. He said, you know, money is lonely. Money likes to go where other money is, you know, and I think that that's what happens. At the beginning, you have this wonderful network, but once money starts flowing into the system, I think centralization becomes kind of an inertia that we need to be resistant against. So this is a DAO version of Lessig's famous slide. So just to, I'll start putting up some paradigms. So Lessig said that there are 4 things that you can, 4 quadrants for governing any technology. So for instance, if you have people who are driving too fast behind your house, you can put speed bumps, that's technology. You can have fines, which is the financial business. You can have policemen, which is the law. Or you can have people sort of stare at the person, which is the culture. And there's a rough 4 quadrants of governance. And inside of DAOs, you can govern people, you know, by the norms, you know, contracts and law, incentives, and also the technology. What's important, I think, is that if you can do it with technology, it's always going to be more automatic and cheaper. And I think that because we're creating a programmable society, figuring out what we can do with technology that we currently do with culture and laws is, I think, one of the main things we're trying to figure out with DAOs. And I'm not going to go into all of the details, but you know, the quadratic voting, I think, is the voting mechanisms using new technology are essential. I think machine-assisted facilitation is performing so far, but I think there are a lot of really interesting tools coming out. CrowdSmart's one that we're looking at that we think is really good. And also just with new AI, there's a lot of really interesting interpretability analysis. And I think with these, we can eliminate a substantial amount of the things that people criticize DAOs for. And resisting reduction was a paper that I wrote, and what it means is getting back to the accounting. So reductionism is when you take, and plurality is sort of the opposite of reduction, but if you take everything and you reduce it to dollars and cents, which is what traditional economics does. I had a meeting the other day with somebody in New York, and he said, yeah, but how can he be smart? He's not rich. You know, and I think that's kind of a traditional thing now in capitalist society. If you're not rich, you're probably stupid. You know, and because the thing is, the more stuff you have, I mean, obviously you're optimizing for more money, and if you don't have more money, then you're probably not good at optimizing. And so I think that reductionist system is what creates corporations whose objective function is just to get more stuff. And this can be at the expense of social justice, it can be at the expense of the environment. But if you think about it, the key thing is the measurement. If you're measuring everything in money, everybody's going to think and optimize for money. But if you can create more complexity, and you can create more nuance, you can actually, just by changing the paradigm in the accounting, I think you can change the behavior. So I want to give an example. So Henkaku community, some of our members are here. So this is an online community on a Discord that I'm a member of. And we have about 1,000 people. So it's not open. So you have to get an invite to come in. And we have tokens. And we use D-Work to create tasks. And people volunteer. And we have our own token. It's a ERC20 token. And it's called Henkaku. And it's about 100 tokens for about an hour of work. Okay? And you can't buy it with money, and you can't exchange it for money. So it's a completely financially inert token. But you can give it to each other, and in the community we can buy NFTs and things like that. But one of the most important NFTs is the one on the right. It's a membership NFT. So if you want to invite a new member, if I want to, I guess Hal's already in, but if Aya-san wants to join, she can't buy a membership, but she has to get the membership NFT. And the membership NFT, it costs 1,000 Henkaku. So that means somebody has to spend 10 hours, or maybe two people spend 5 hours each, to buy the NFT to invite Aya-san. And some people have tried to buy their way in, but since you can't buy the token, you can only get in by putting in work. And for anybody who's played like World of Warcraft or some of these games, like in our guild in Warcraft, you weren't allowed to buy gold. Because if you permit somebody to buy gold, it means rich people in the real world have more power in the game, which reduces the game quality. So similarly, the fact that you have a token that you can't exchange for money creates a different economy in the system. And if you think about it, degrees are like that, right? So I finally got a PhD after I was at a university for a long time. But it was really hard. And the PhD is valuable because you can't buy a PhD. You have to pay tuition, you have to get in, but then you have to earn the PhD. But once you have the PhD, actually it's a verifiable credential that the universities verify. And if you look at a university, the most powerful people are the professors, who don't really think too much about the money. They think about the credentialing. And so inside of a university, you have a separate currency, which is the academic credential, which is separate from the financial credential. And if you could buy degrees with money, it would make them less valuable, right? And I would argue that churches have a similar system where you can't buy God, or you're not supposed to be able to buy God. And then similarly, even if you go to a vineyard, the most important person in the vineyard is the winemaker. And the winemaker doesn't sit around thinking about how to make money. They think sitting around how to make wine. So I think in modern society, the most valuable things, true love. If you have a wife who is only there because you're paying her $100,000 a year, that's not true love. It's cheaper than if she's there for free, right? So there's so much stuff that you can't buy with money that's very valuable, that doesn't scale, because we scaled the part that's the most reducible, which is money, the stuff. But now all of society is designed around the stuff, when the most important part of society is the stuff that money can't buy. But it's not scalable because we don't organize it well. And what I really hate about so many of the DAOs is they are so interested in converting their tokens that the community has created and turning it into cash so they can buy a Lambo. That's dumb, right? That's like being able to say, I want to be able to sell my PhD and have an open market for it. That just reduces the value of the PhD. And I think so the problem that I think we are facing, and I think this is an opportunity for Japan, because Japanese, to be honest, aren't that commercial. The reason we have 4 times as many Michelin stars than Paris is because Japanese sit there and go way beyond what you should do if you're just trying to make money. They polish it much more than that makes sense. And it's this kind of obsessiveness to something other than money that I think allows this kind of otaku culture and allows this kind of Michelin star restaurants, is this kind of not caring so much about the money. This is why Japanese companies make less money on average by about half than American companies, because it's less about the money. And so investors don't like it, but I think it's good for society in many ways. So let me pivot a little bit. So this term, machines of flesh and blood, was coined by Norbert Wiener in 1964 in a book called The Human Use of Human Beings. And he talks about the coming kind of urgency of the sort of tyranny of machines. But what he says is that companies and governments are already machines. So if you think about it, a company isn't controlled by a human being, but companies control us. We have to govern companies, but companies are kind of like crazy AIs. They can destroy the environment, they can create atrocities, and so the struggle that we're having to govern companies and the struggle that we're having to try to keep the government under control, to make sure they don't spin out of in a crazy way, is actually very similar, I think, to how we have to think about technology and AI. So it's not, the point is it's not a new thing. We've been worrying about systems that go out of control since 1964. And so the image that I have for AIs and Web3 or any technology, they're like jetpacks. So it's kind of like you have society, you have companies, you have people, you have governments, and we're just putting jetpacks to go even faster and more out of control in whatever direction we're pointed. So if we're pointed in a direction that is completely reductionist, extractive, and I think monist is how Audrey and Glenn talk about it, then you're just going to head there in a faster way. And so we can talk about all of the technical things about what to fix and how to control, but if the goal is not right, if the goal is to have as much stuff as possible at the expense of others, we're just going to do that more efficiently with AI. But if the goal is to be helpful and pluralistic and caring about the environment, I think AI will help us. So I think AI governance is really important, but what's really important is the governance of our values, which I think is what plurality is about. And so, let me make sure. So this is Earth, and the Earth is made up of many, many interlocking complex systems. It's called self-adaptive complex system, 自己適応型複雑系 system. And somehow this crazy Earth is able to try to maintain a common temperature, an equilibrium, and it's done without any centralized control, with a whole bunch of systems that connect to each other. But what's important is it's not one currency. It's not a dollar or a yen that controls it. Like one system's output is another system's input, and one person's waste is another person's food. And this is what we often call the circular economy. So if you think about a system, right, so if you go down to the atomic level, you have a state, and then you have somebody who's looking at it, trying to set the state to something, and then there's inflows, outflows, and then there's like a goal. And this is kind of the atomic unit when we talk about systems engineering, systems theory. So the easy metaphor is a bath. So if you're trying to take a bath, you want to fill the bath to the right level, and then you can turn up the water, you can turn down the water, and you can open the drain and stuff like that. Then you want to set it to the right temperature. And so then you got the hot water and the cold water. And then you've got the boiler. And if the boiler is kind of far away, there's a delay. And then there's the total amount of water in the boiler. And then there's a heating system that goes into the boiler. And then before you know it, it's all connected to a huge complex system that involves energy and involves government and things like that. So the systems are in themselves very small, but when you connect them together, they become a complex system. And so this is one of my favorite researchers from MIT, Donella Meadows, and she passed away, but she was a systems theorist, and this is kind of small to read, but she says there are roughly 12 places you can intervene in a system. So the first one, constant parameters and numbers, so you can change like the thickness of the pipe, and then you can change like the stock, the size of the tub, and then you can go all the way down, you can change the delays, you can change the positive feedback loops, and the lower you go, the harder it is, but the more effect it has, right? And towards the bottom, you see that the goals of the system is something you can try to change. And the thing that affects the goal is the paradigm. And the thing that affects the paradigm is the power to transcend paradigms. So these three, the goals, the paradigm, and the power to transcend. So the paradigm is capitalism, is modern democracy. This is how we measure our society. Then the goal becomes, I need as much money as possible because that's how I measure success. And the power to change, the power to transcend is, can we change the paradigm from dollars and cents to Henkaku tokens or to some other sort of method? And the power to transcend is actually culture, right? So this game you know, Monopoly, and this is based on an, I think, 1907 game called the Landlord's Game that was created by the Georgists, who were like communists of the time. And it was to teach children the danger of property, the fact that if you had property and rents, some people would become rich and other people would become poor, and it was to teach how bad capitalism was. And then when Parker Brothers bought the game, they didn't change the rules. They changed the goal. And the goal became, you are a capitalist trying to drive your friends bankrupt, and if you do, you win. So what's important here is they change the goal but not the rules. So similarly, we can change the laws and we can change the rules, and it does change behavior. But as long as the goal is still to have as much stuff as possible, it doesn't really, at the end, change as much. And so I really think that it's important to talk about quadratic voting. It's important to talk about blockchain security. This is all very important. But the key thing is, how do we change the culture? How do we change the goals? 次お願いします. This is the original Landlord's game. 次お願いします. And this is another great picture that Stuart Brand created. I think Aya and the Ethereum team know him quite well. He was one of the creators of the Whole Earth catalog. But he has these layers. So each layer is a different speed. So the bottom layer is nature, and then you have culture, governance. And people like to work at commerce and fashion because it moves very quickly, and you get immediate feedback. The lower layers are harder to influence, but they have a bigger effect in the long run, right? So if you change culture, you change governance. And if you change governance, you change infrastructure. If you change infrastructure, you change commerce. And we've been ignoring nature and culture because it's hard under our current paradigm of quarterly earnings and balance sheets and P&L to really quantify nature and culture in this nuanced way. So all of the energy has been at the top layers, and we've started to get culture and nature off course. And this is, I think, what we need to focus on fix. So I'm going to kind of end here because I think this will lead to the rest of the conference, which is I think that the content of the conversation, the rules, the technology is super important, but I think the culture of what we're doing, why we're doing it, how we're talking about what we're doing, and I know ISM will be on the panel, but you know the words like the subtractive organization and the infinite garden and these kind of metaphors to help us think, why are we doing this? What do we want? Rather than exactly how to do it. They're all important, but if you don't get the goal right, we're going to end up in the wrong place. So with that, I look forward to listening to the younger people. And then I have one last thing, which is a QR code. This is POAP for my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joi-san. So I leave this slide a few minutes. Then. Yeah, next is a panel session, but before that we will have a break, and and there are coffee, but I think that is not enough for everyone. So it will run out soon. And okay, so I can go change the slide. So anyway, thank you very much for Joi-san. And he will be moderator of the next session. So please put your questions about the keynote as well on the Slido. He can pick up that question at the later panel discussion. And so we're gonna break. The time is changed, so maybe I think this conference is have many great guests. So I want people to get to know each other. So we have a 20 minutes break. So please get to know others and talk and share about your thoughts. Thank you very much. So we will please come back to here for 25.
Thanks so much. Yeah, because actually we have some things on the nature, culture, and some videos. You do this in the keynote, the last video about how the nature influences the culture and influences the government. And actually, it's important. It's so important to industry. This industry, I think, it has a different culture from the economy or the localized governance. Yes, as much as the developer of this industry, I think maybe we should want another
Okay, so we're gonna restart. Restart, please take your seat. Please take your seat. And please come to stage the next speakers, moderators, and panelists. Could you please come here? And Joi-san, please here. Yeah, moderators. And I prepared Slido for you. Yeah. そうですね。So please join here. I didn't decide that orders. So maybe mush bean. And どうしましょう。ここに座ってもらいましょうか。じゃあ、はい。今決めていますけど。はい。で、若さんここにしましょうか。で、こちらに。ありがとうございます。じゃあこちら3名で。はい。で、マイクはこちら。
Hello.
So yeah, next session starts, and yeah, thank you. Wait, somehow this slide doesn't work. 酒井さん、これ出てない。こっちが。
このスライドの QR コードってどこにある？
あります。ちょっと待ってくださいね。ちょっと一回抜きましたね。So somehow the projector is okay. Yeah, the panel. This panel is the title is how can we enable the plurality movement to improve our society? It is very big question, and please use Slido. Sorry. Where is the QR code? And we will collect your questions during the panel. And Joi-san has a Slido screen, so he can.
Yeah, so everybody should take a picture of this Slido.
Yes.
So that you have a window.
Maybe this would be better for correcting questions. Sorry. I will prepare later.
Okay.
Anyway, I guess the Joi-san will take place.
Shall we start? So I think we're going to start with each person introducing themselves, and I think some of you have slides. I'm going to try to use first names because we're English. So we'll start with Shane, with Shin'ichiro-san. So I think we have. Do you have a slide or? Okay. And you have a microphone?
I have a slide.
Okay.
I will prepare right now.
Okay. So who doesn't have a slide?
I have it.
Okay. So Shogo-san?
Yes. All right, so hello guys. I'm Shogo Chai from Saga Prefecture, and I'm teaching Solidity in Saga Prefecture. I'm building some houses. And basically I'm in crypto for 8 years. And I have been researching for plasma, and now it's getting to be LoRa. And I stopped doing that. I'm now doing DAO for nation and a public, and real world public actually, that is. So basically plurality is for the digital space and the open source, right? But my DAO is for the real house owner association and parent teacher association. Such kind of real things is my profession. And let's say, please go next page. Okay, so my context is something like this. Panelki from the PUI from Belgium. And this is for the multiple government in the same nation, but that is not conflicted, such kind of idea. We can do it by DAO actually. And I did some TEDx talk in Fukuoka in English, so you can listen it in TEDx. Then Benjamin R. Barber, he's American, and he's talking about deliberative democracy, which is like a deliberation is the most important things in the democracy, not the quantitativeness. Subjectivity, super subjectivity is very important, he's been saying. And please go next. So let's say I'm making an application which is like a DAO framework, super plurality framework for DAOs. Plurality is now not dealing with the law and some rules in the village, right? And it's not trustless at all. Google Docs, not at all, right? So I'm now planning to make some GitHub-based text manager on DAO, then just indexing the Z graph or some vector DB for the LLMs. Then we can render it on the AI or some UI. And we can do some special voting technology, which is like a border rule, and some normal ballot is also good, but we can use some plurality thingy. But the real world, there is some coercion and there is some vote buying, so we have to think about the voting theory, very strict voting theory, and we have to use ZK snarks for enabling that, like a semaphore, you know. Such kind of thing is my research area. Next. All right, so I want to talk about legitimacy today. Legitimacy is when you decide something in political field, someone will deny the decision. We have to agree on the consensus. So let's say there is two parts in legitimacy, accessibility and path dependency. If the app is not accessible for the deaf people or something others, that is not legitimated, right? And path dependency, there is history and culture, there is war. And if that is not using that context, that idea won't get legitimacy. So those are basically software problem, and when a software implemented, we have to think about which is accessible or which is path dependent. Such kind of property is very important. We're about to talk about that on plurality basically. Thanks.
Thank you, Shogo-san. Do you have? Okay.
Hello, I am Mashbin from Taiwan, and please allow me to use the speech note because a lot want to share, but the time is short. Yeah, so I am here today to representing the Ministry of Digital Affairs in Taiwan. So I'm kind of the shadow of Audrey today. Yeah, and our ministry, also known as MODA, is a newly established government department that was founded in August last year. We have a lot to learn from Japan, especially in the area of Web3 collaboration between government and the private sector. Yeah, and the word digital in Chinese has another meaning, which is several. So our minister, Audrey Tang, often said we have several members because we work together to handle all things digitally. So yeah, I'm proud to be one of the several. And I came from the sections of plurality. Yeah, we have the department which is called Plurality. Yeah, and its name is also named by Audrey to handle interoperable standards and Web3 affairs. So maybe we can discuss more about what is plurality is later. So, but let me briefly introduce myself first. Okay, I think we can have next page. Yeah, I used to be a medical doctor. After I quit my job one day in 2021, while watching TV from the Tokyo Olympic 2020, I witnessed a historical moment during the men's badminton doubles final between Taiwan and China. Yeah, the winning team would receive a gold medal, and Taiwan was leading the game, and in the last ball, the winning shot landed on the opponent's baseline. The opponent challenged the call, but the replay showed that the ball was in, and Taiwan won the gold medal. This moment is so iconic that I turned it into a meme. Yeah, the meme is right on the slides. Yeah, it became very popular online and even in real life, with people making masks, bags, and even car pants with this image. So I decided to mint it as a meme, as an NFT, and auction it off, with all profit going to a non-profit organization that provides remote medical services. So the NFT was called the New Flag and sold for 280,000 Japanese yen. So it was the first time that a national level meme was turned into concrete help through on-chain societal activity. So this is an example of how Taiwan can help, and I think it is similar to Japan's use of NFT for local revitalizations. So after all, we established a nonprofit DAO to continue researching how to use Web3 to help more nonprofit organizations in Taiwan. And this is how I became interested in the theory of plurality and radical exchange. So today I am happy here to have the opportunity to discuss what plurality really means and share some experience from Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you. So whose presentation is next? Waka-san.
Hi everyone, I'm Waka from Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japanese government. I'm now focused on Web3 policy, but like I listed up my hashtags here, and I have been working for Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry for like 6-7 years, and then like focused on some like healthcare, like social innovation, digital transformation of the government, and Web3 as well. I'm personally interested in like how technology can make the world a better place, and also I have been studying in other countries like the United States, France, and Singapore. So I'm more interested in like how we can create some like diverse, like inclusive society as a whole as well. The next page, please. This is my main job. We are now focused on the Web3 policy as a Japanese government. As you can see, like Web3 is a kind of hot topic in Japan, like compared to the United States or other countries. Because we have secure, safe regulation in place, we can create an environment that we can create more innovative and socially impactful project in Japan. So, but we at the same time face some policy issues like tax system and regulations or accounting issues. And also we sometimes lack the human resource. So we are now tackling those issues in terms of Web3. But today's talk is about plurality. So I'm still learning what plurality is. But I think that using Web3, blockchain technology, and AI, we can create more diverse, inclusive, more democratic world. For example, the DAO thing, maybe as you already know, Yamakoshi DAO, they're the residents and non-residents from all over the world are now gathering and then putting their money together to create some innovative project to improve the Yamakoshi village. And then if we use the technology, we can make some good system that would benefit all the people who contribute to the society. And then we can visualize each person's contribution. And then if we spend more time on cyberspace than physical space, that kind of the speed of the change would dramatically speed up. So yeah, today I'm very honored to be here, and then yeah, look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Waka-san. And I'll just mention that Waka-san's primarily responsible for the 70-something page Web3 presentation from METI. If you haven't seen it, you should see it. I think it's the best report on Web3 that I've seen. So thank you for that, Waka-san. Sumiya-san.
Hi everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Teruka Sumiya. I'm from the World Economic Forum Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution Japan. Then maybe that you know that maybe Davos meeting, annual meeting, so that we are organizing those events. And then also that I'm in charge of the Agile governance project. So so Agile governance, maybe the Waka-san also said, and Joi also said, so the governance also needs to respond to the rapid changing society and rapid developing technologies as well. And so the Agile governance is transformed the way of governance from the more the hierarchical and then statistical things, or more agile and then distributed, and then also they're driven by the multi-stakeholders. And then so so why I'm here is now I'll please change the slide. Thank you. So currently I'm also organizing the side event of the G7 Digital and Tech Minister meeting. So the G7 Digital Tech Minister meeting will be held in the end of the April in Gunma in Japan. And then also we are really discussing about what kind of the guideline, what kind of principles is required for the applied technology to the governance. So the AI and the blockchain is a very essential technology, but if we face a very good potential, very big potential, and also at the same time we face a really uncertain risk and then complicated risk. So the governance itself is really important. So and then at the same time we reflect those. We really put importance of the how to perceive, how to recognize the world. So I mean the plurality and the pluribus. Pluribus is the plural society, I think. The way of thinking, the way of recognize the world is really important we use the technology and we develop the technology. So that we really put importance of the pluralities, and then I'm really happy to be here in this place to thinking about the pluribus and plurality. And then please change the slide. Thank you. So in the last three, please let me explain about what is Agile governance. So I said the Agile governance is an Agile and distributed governance driven by the multi-stakeholders. So the Ministry of Economic Trade and Industries members made a composed of the very basic component of Agile governance. This is composed of the double loops. So one is inner loop is the PDCA cycle. So we need to update the governance itself with the check and then evaluate and doing. And then also the outer loop is that we have to detect the external environmental change, and then also so we have to update the goal itself with the multi-stakeholders. So and then also those governance should be applied not only the regulation and rule making, but also we have to apply the companies and infrastructures and market, social norms, and of course the Web3 space as well. So that also we have to coordinate those layers, Agile governance, more distributed and coordinated. So I think the Web3 technology and the plurality technology is really essential for those to realize the plurality itself, and also the the governance for the plurality, like Agile governance. So really thank you so much. And then, yeah.
Thank you, Teruka-san. Thank you. So, last but not least.
Me. Okay. Good. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Shin'ichiro Matsuo. I'm a research scientist for cryptography and its application over 27 years, and I'm currently research professor at Georgetown University. So this slide is very busy, but I'm doing a lot of job for the research on cryptography and its standardization. And next slide, please. And I would like to say about that what blockchain technology brings to us. So one of the main benefits from the blockchain technology is eliminating a single point of failure. It's a very important concept which connects to the plurality, because that if we rely on that only one trusted party, so that party could be the single point of failure. So eliminating single point failure could provide a resiliency against some fraud and cyber attacks or other things. and it could provide business continuity or resiliency. That is very important for society, derived from the plurality concept. And next slide, please. Okay, but the last year we saw many incidents happened in the blockchain DeFi world. We lost over $20 or $30 billion in a year. But the main reason why that kind of things happen is there are many hidden assumptions among stakeholders. That blockchain protocol, the blockchain technology, do not assume that a single point of failure or trusted party, but in reality, we have that many trust among stakeholders, and there are many hidden assumptions among stakeholders. That kind of things are not programmable, and so we need to aware that kind of hidden assumption to design a better blockchains or decentralized ecosystem. And this is the main challenge for the plurality world. And next slide, please. And the other things we need to care about that is the difference between that global, international, and national. Global is a global. That this is a common activity on the earth, independent from the nations. Mathematics or blockchain or the internet are global things. It's common to all nations. But on the other hand, so we live in the one nation, and so we in Japan. Japan is a democratic nation. We choose that represented by using voting. But if we design some plurality world, that mathematics is a global one, but so we need to align that benefit for each people in the nation. That kind of coordination among global, international, national is the other challenge for the plurality world, and how to make it real. And next please. And the other headache now is linear versus exponential. The number of transactions we have over the internet growing exponentially. So after having that generative AI like a ChatGPT, so we have the tons of data, which cannot be evidence from legal point of view. But we need to deal with that kind of tons of dumb data. But on the other hand, the number of people who can handle will not grow exponentially. This is very linear. So we need to have some technology solution to handle exponentially growing that dumb things or malicious things to deal with to keep our society healthy. And that's our next thing. This is the final challenge for the plurality world in how to make that plurality world sustainable, because we have multiple stakeholders to maintain this world. But in reality, currently the blockchain ecosystem will not provide much money for the creators of decentralized technology and open source engineers. So most of that security incident happened last year caused by that lack of knowledge of the engineers. But we need to provide tons of money from the blockchain business entity to the open source engineers to maintain the quality of software. That kind of incentive mechanism design among stakeholders, another challenge for the decentralized ecosystem. And this is a key part of that, how to incentivize people to maintain the plurality world for long years. The next slide. This is our final slide from me. And that before the internet, so that the trust in our society is very centralized, but so that centralized trust could be the single point of failure of the world. And the Bitcoin and the decentralized ecosystem challenges that kind of things, but the problem is who is responsible for what. And so I think that this is a very similar concept as a plurality called the polycentric stewardship. So this word is invented, this is proposed by the Pindarwon. It's my friend and Joi's friend, and in 2019. But so if we could construct some world based on that existing multiple responsible entity, based on the permissionless digital trust foundation like blockchain, that could be the better solution, and it is an easier way to establish that plurality world. Thank you.
Thank you, Shinichiro-san. Maybe put the Slido QR code. And there's a couple of questions on Slido, but I don't know if maybe we can have a little bit of conversation here. I mean, I think we all talked a little bit about plurality, and I'm kind of interested, and we also have people at different distances from government. We have actually people in the government and then people who talk to government, and you know, I think that with Web3 and crypto, a lot of it is about being decentralized, but obviously decentralized and plurality are different, and plurality seems more government friendly, right? Because decentralized is kind of difficult for government, I wonder. I don't know, first of all, just kind of, anybody can answer, but like, how do you think the relationship between government and established centralized organizations is, and how do you think this ties, how does plurality work in kind of non-plural organizations?
I have an opinion that we can deal with decentralized and government, because the decentralized thingy is basically impedable, like Bitcoin, and which is impedable is not decentralized, basically. So, like Ethereum, it's totally decentralized, and I am planning to make my DAO as trustless and decentralized. So it will be something like small DAOs are in the everywhere in Japan, everywhere in the world, like Russia and China as well, maybe have it. And let's say that mesh network will be something like a different public layer than government, right? It is also plurality, I believe. So it will be very good synergy with the decentralized and government, I believe.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Thank you. So in the context of the agile governance, so the government and mainly the United, working with the Japanese government, also the UK and then other governments, and then also that they are really interested in agile governance concept, and then so they some of them are really understands the they only government cannot govern the very complex and rapidly changing society, and and also the current traditional rules and regulations. So if we cannot update those rules and regulations, it's very if we take a time, so currently in Japan, it takes 3 years or 4 years to change one law and regulations, and it cannot respond to the rapid change society. So that we transformed from the rule-based to the goal-based. So that rules and regulations set a very high perspective of the rules and regulations, and also the government provide the space to the government, not businesses, civil societies. Please think about each on the solutions in the context of those communities. So that we are hybrid of the government and also the this local environment. So that I think that I really agree with the we can coexist of the governmental things and also the Web3 or blockchain communities in one world. This is plurality.
Waka-san.
Yeah, as a person from the government, it's really difficult to say the views of the government are toward decentralization. But I think there is no person who say centralization is must. But of course, senior staff members cannot understand what is the impact or value that decentralization can bring to the society. We think if we can create a better world with some decentralized things, it's better. But sometimes people ask what is good about blockchain? What is special value it can bring? So we don't disagree that decentralization may have value, but it may be difficult for all the government staff to understand it from the bottom of heart. But at the same time, as internet or some technologies grows, I personally think a decentralization is a kind of like inevitable trend. As a person like spreads around the world, and then like they connect with each other, and then like nobody can stop as a kind of communication. So that kind of like, with that kind of like mindset, like there are more and more like young people who think that technology can change the world. So like, yeah, I think the government and the decentralization is not the opposite at all. And also like regarding the plurality, I think it can be like a good like milestone the government want to achieve, because in my understanding, the plurality is a like society which has more like diversity, like the inclusion, like and democracy. And so yeah, it's a kind of like the government goal as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that decentralization is the way how we make things happen, just one of the way. And I think the style of decentralization is bottom-up or permissionless. So in a government's inspect, it's kind of just, government is just one of the playing rule. Yeah, and I think even in a decentralized world, in a digital world, all is a kind of power projections. Yeah, and a nation will be a power projections, and a company or a community will be a power projections in the virtual world. So I think in the real world and the digital world, everything is decentralized. But I think that plurality is another concept, and decentralized can be the tool of plurality. So I think I still have write some speech note. I will read it. Yeah, and I think in one sentence, plurality is a concept that serves as a bridge between technology and democracy. Yeah, and it can be a technical tool, an ideology, or a social movement. Yeah, so the term plurality was possibly coined by Audrey Tang and Glenn Well as the Radical Exchange Foundation. And since then, the foundation has used plurality more than radical market. Yeah, in terms like plurality identity, plural identity, plural voting, plural funding, like quadratic voting or funding, or plural property. Yeah, and Glenn Well in his article, Why I Am a Pluralist, in February 2022, defined what plurality is and what is not. He believes that plurality as opposed to pluralism is more institutional and can create more effective collaboration using new tools such as AI or Web3. So he also describes himself as a cooperative, liberal, democratic pluralist. It's a mixture of ideologies. So therefore, we can say that plurality is possibly based on institutional pluralisms and the values mentioned above. Yeah, so, and there is another version that Moda Taiwan has coined. Yeah, so after the declaration, Glenn Well and Audrey, I think, they established the Plura Institute and they make the conference this January. Yeah, and its motto is cooperate across diversity, CAD, cooperate across diversity. It's a principle. And using various technological tools such as smart contract and AI, like large language model, to create collaboration between diverse groups and create better future. So the official definition of plurality by Moda Taiwan includes two meanings. The one is interoperability, and the other is co-presence. Interoperability refers to creating standards that allow for mutual exchange between systems and tools, such as 5G standard or decentralized identity standard. Co-presence refers to enabling all voices to come together and discuss issues. So like Audrey Tang at the Summit for Democracy 2 weeks ago, she used the Panelists tool to create the visual representation of value distribution. This is a form of co-presence. So for more information, you can refer to the Collective Intelligence Project's article, Alignment Assemblies to Govern AI. Yeah, so there are a lot of definition in plurality, and I think we have the definition in Taiwan, and there are still a lot to discuss with. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the key things that Glenn was saying about plurality was a plurality of frameworks as well. So I think everyone having a different definition of plurality is very plurality.
Everyone can fork it. Yeah.
Shane, did you
Okay,
have
and Okay, I would say that plurality already happened. So because at last year, there one issue happened for the blockchain world, like FTX things. But so many of the Japanese customers of FTX JP so have money returned from the FTX JP. That at that time, decentralized Web3 guys say the thank you JFSA. So this is a very good example that that collaboration between that regulator, government, and the Web3 guys to have that some plural governance mechanisms to have some responsibility for the financial actions. And for this year, this week that Financial Action Task Force hold a meeting in Tokyo. This is a closed meeting, but so they're asking help to engineers to fight against the ransom payment by using blockchain, by using cryptocurrency, or how to create that good regulation technology, RegTech, to deal with the exponential scaling transaction. And the other thing is that ChatGPT I told in my presentation, this week Sam Altman came to Japan, and so he proposed that some collaboration between the government, engineers, companies globally. That's kind of another that interesting example that that government or the politician request that engineers and the company to have the good collaborative governance for their AI thing. So I can say that plurality already happened.
So let's decentralize a bit and take you guys can't see this, right? So we have the most votes for this question. I feel the blockchain is not necessarily part of plurality. How about this? Anybody who wants to take it?
All right, I take that. So let's say plurality from government is like top down. So we have to make some unanimous consensus in the government, right? But we have to resign the principal party of the government, right? That is a very difficult thing. I was making some DAO for nation framework, but it was very difficult to install. So that's why I'm starting the smaller grain size of DAOs, and which is like bottom up and basically permissionless. Even if my prefecture, Saga Prefecture, there's many rice fields and there's many farmers. They don't know how to use smartphone actually. They don't use Google Map. Even Google Maps they don't use. So such kind of situation, but we can do DAOs because it's permissionless. Only for this area you can use DAOs. So people want to use it, just use it first, then unite later. This way is very important, and this is only viable by blockchain, I believe.
So you think yes, it's necessary?
Yes.
Anybody have a different opinion, that you don't need it?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest decentralized organization in Taiwan, Governance Zero, they don't use blockchain. Yeah, and the core contributors is here in place right now, the Government Zero. Yeah, and Government Zero has been 10 years old. And in the past 10 years, the developers and the hackers, they don't use blockchain. But yeah, right now, blockchain or Web3 is the new tools for us to make like a decentralized identity or the contribution systems to make more evidence of the contribution. And I think that blockchain can be just one of the protocol or the layer. It's just like the email protocol, like SNTP or IP TLS. It's just a proof of the protocol. Yeah, and I think that's my answer.
Even though I'm focused on Web3 blockchain things, I think which technology is needed for plurality doesn't matter so much, because of course blockchain is a tool that can accelerate the implementation of plurality. But like, I think we can create a better society or like plurality or with other technologies as well. So we don't need to stick to one specific technology. Maybe we can just combine all the technology we can use and then like create a better world.
Go ahead.
I have one additional thing. Okay, going back to the technology, so for that blockchain. So as Joi mentioned, that this is a technology for ledger, and before Satoshi's paper, that original technology is for the time stamping, cryptographic time stamping. You know, the cryptographic time stamping is the important technology to decide that this document is exists there on April 11th or something like that. But so it can prove that order of the event. This is an important thing for the creating ledger. And so during that Joi's presentation, that he mentioned about the importance of that accounting system for the stakeholders. If we need to make the accounting system, we need to have that time stamping services and ledger systems, no doubt. And so at this moment, so if we would like to eliminate a single point of failure for the ledger system, we need to rely on that blockchain mathematics. This is a current situation. Of course, if we invent a more sophisticated mechanism for the creating ledger system without single point of failure, that is another option. But at this moment, we have the only solution to create that kind of thing by using blockchain.
Yeah, regarding this question, I believe the definition of done is very important because just use plurality for the several options and use some cooperative voting, that's all. This is not plurality, I believe. So we have to install it to the society. For that part, I need blockchain, I believe. Yeah.
Should we go to another question? Okay. So the next, there's several that have 6. Should we check off the first one? So there's 3. Actually, we now have a 7. So let's yield to the majority. So what can someone do as an individual to help shape Japanese regulations in a friendlier direction? E.g., current tax up to 55%, C2C trades taxable. It's kind of specific, but it's probably important for some people. I don't know, is this Waka-san question, I think?
Yeah, I get a lot of requests from the industry people about this kind of like taxation issues. And like rather than like answering this specific question, like what I want to say is maybe the government people need to understand what is good about Web3, right? So from the government officials' point of view, I think like speculation or like some the project or the business that just want to make money for themselves is not so much appealing to the government. So in order to change the kind of like tax system regulations, it needs a lot of resources from the government. So like we need like 10 people inside the government to change the system or something like that. So in order for the government to make the decision to invest in that kind of resources, we need to understand like what is good about Web3. And then in order to do that, like we need some like the use cases that are socially impactful or can create a better impact on the society. So we want to see more like real society use cases. And also maybe I just add one point to some of the plurality things. Actually, I'm a member of Rule Makers DAO. It's a DAO made out of like policymakers or some like the lawyers and a person from the industry group, and then like we are now like creating some group that would like to create some good policy making. So for example, like there is a group focused on digital nomad visa, and then like in Japan now. There are not so many like digital nomads, but like there is a possibility that like we can invite more digital nomads, and then like it can accelerate the volume of the tourists, or like it can create more like innovation by digital nomads. And then like it is really good because like normally young people don't go to the voting, right? But by being involved in that kind of DAO, they have the motivation to change the system, and then they go to the government, they go to the politician, so and they have the feeling that they can make changes in the system. So that kind of activities are very good, and then this kind of things can be leading to the plurality, I think.
I don't know, Shogo-san, you're an hacktivist. Maybe from the hacktivist perspective, you have a different point of view.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So basically, it's a very hard question for me. I want to pass it. Or say, writing code is very easy, and contribute it to the open source is also very easy. But once you deploy it by your name, and once you promote it by your name, it's big trouble, right? So such kind of surface and the real, there will be maybe. And let's say the real world and the surface is always rely on the law, and the law and the order is very important for the society. So we have to, we have to know it and we have to obey it. But in real, there's many developers which is no name and no face writing code. This is real. So we have to know that. We have to know that fact. There's a reality that code is running. So only that thing I can say.
I don't know if anyone wants to talk about anything in this space. No? Okay.
Pardon me? Sorry, I missed the context. Sorry, pardon me.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we'll move on to this next question by Yi Hang. Oh, did it? Yeah. So do you think the concept of plurality, celebrating differences in cooperation, is at the level of a goal or merely a means? I think this could be a philosophical question, but it could also be a personal question, right? I mean, I can maybe make a comment a little bit, because I was trying to read Glenn's somewhat sophisticated definition, and I think in the context of the systems, it's a kind of a paradigm, right? Because it's about how you think about things. And I think Glenn was very careful to say that it's different from just diversity, because you can have a monolithic system, like a school or a government, that has diversity, but lack of diversity in the framework. But I think the plurality that Audrey and Glenn talk about includes a plurality of everything, including the philosophy. So it's very much actually at the meta paradigm level. So it's the ability to transcend paradigms. So it's quite above goal. But I think governments have diversity, and we can have as a community the goal of plurality. So I think it can also be a goal. But I think the goal of plurality is to be at the highest level, which is the power to transcend the paradigm, I think would be my understanding. But I don't know if people have different opinion.
Yeah, I think that the plurality is practical. Yeah, because in their previous discussion, they don't try to solve the problem they cannot solve. They just want to solve the problem they can solve in the near incoming years. Yeah, and I like the definition of the collective intelligence project. Yeah, they say that there are the trilemma of difficulty in the governance. Yeah, the first one is the shared stagnation, because the people they are afraid of the technology. They don't want the technology like AI to implement to the society really early. They want to have the consensus, and after the consensus, we can just to apply AI. So this is the first of the trilemma. The second is the technocracy, because in a government or in a technique expert, they know how the things do, and the first goal of them trying to do is security, like nation security or something else. Yeah, and the third is the capitalism. They want to make profit, but to make profit, they can sacrifice something like consensus or the security from the nation. Yeah, and these three parts of the role, they fight together, and the collective intelligence project, they want to find out the way that the solution into the triangle. Yeah, so I think it's just a kind of the practical problem-solving process of plurality. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody?
I think plurality can be a goal or means at the same time. Like, if a country wants to achieve like economic growth, maybe plurality is just a means. Like, maybe just diversity can create some innovation things. But like, maybe many developed countries are now facing like the issues are like whether they need to achieve like capitalism things, right? So yeah, especially when like the AI or other technology are like developing like this, and then like we already achieved very good economy and people are living like happily. Like, is it like the money? Like, should we like just like pursue like the money or the economic growth? So if we want to change that kind of like perspective, maybe plurality can be the goal in the next stage.
Can I?
Yeah, Teruka-san, go.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's a really good, interesting question. And then, yeah, so for my understanding, the plurality is, yeah, so the Waka-san also said that it could be a goal, it could be a technology and a means, and also there could be a attitude and a worldview for the how to, yeah, for how to live and how to perceive this world. So that I think that in this world is a really pluralistic society because in this world there are many countries having a lot of culture, a lot of values. Yeah, so the democracy itself is one of the plurality itself, and then so. But the problem is that the current technology and or current governance system cannot deal with those complexities and those diversities. So maybe I really interested in this plurality perspective, plurality technology is that we can deal with those complicated things with the potential of the technology and the potential of ourselves as human beings. I think this is my comments.
My short answer is that this is a required condition for sustainability of our society. This is a condition.
Good, thank you. So the next one is from Taka. It's a current government is just not decentralized yet. Finally, can we get some technique to take back ownership among each citizen? That's the art of governance. You can agree, disagree, suggest a technique. And I guess it depends on which country too, right? Current government of US versus Japan versus Taiwan. I think, the US was created by takeover of the government by the people, whereas Japan, I don't think ever has been overthrown by the people. Taiwan sort of was, right?
Maybe Taka is there. So
oh, Taka-san.
Hi, I'm Taka from the cartography. It is just my opinion, I think, but almost people talking about what is a plurality, it is a goal or something like that one. But I think it's one of the art of the technique. What is the meaning of the art of the governance or something like that? Resource set in the social contract. The country has to govern based on the general will. Also, each citizen has a specific will. I'm not sorry, I don't know very about the English version, but so something like a voting theory or SALSA, which is the tax system, something like that. is one of the art of governance. How can we improve our society? How can we improve our democracy or something like that? So also the blockchain is the one of the technology to improve our society. So I like to want to say for any regulator or something like governor, we have to experiment on the internet. So we can use the blockchain, we can use the cryptocurrency, something like that. So I mean, the government has to more stage to experiment all of the technology, which is the art of the governance, something like that. So I'd like to discuss about this comment. Yeah.
So thanks, Zaka. Yeah, you've been talking about plurality, and it's impressive. Thank you for making this session, and I love it. And basically, plurality's biggest challenge is the legitimacy. I will say legitimacy 100 times in this session, I believe, but let's say legitimacy is the things about, okay, if you want to decide something in the political system, there will be one answer, but other people will just deny that, right? Like a U.S. Trump capital thingy. There is many things will happen in the political system, right? And we have to get some consensus and agreement that this decision is legitimated. It's okay. But plurality is basically many options there will be, and it will be voted by quadratic voting. So everyone check each option, and everyone think that, okay, which is the optimal choice, then scoring it, then the funding will be decided. So in this way, the NPO thingy and a public welfare thingy will be achieved, and some acceleration for the startup, it's okay. But nukes and army, it's very hard, and diplomacy as well. For that part, we have to think about legitimacy. That is the biggest question for plurality, I believe. And yeah, to move forward plurality, the topic of this session is legitimacy. We have to deal with it.
I personally think we need some kind of experiment of the new way of the governance. But like at the same time, when I was at the SME agency, like I tried Pori, which is kind of like a system that collects all the comments from the general public, and then like we asked like about our project, like which is about like more like digital transformation of the government, but like we just got like 10 or 20 comments from the general public. So I think like many people are just busy with their daily lives. They don't actually like care about what government is doing. And then like in Greece, like all the people was gathering and then discuss like how they will govern their like daily lives. But like now we are like developing a system to adjust to the society. So maybe like when like for example, I don't know if it will be like achievable or not, like if AI will develop and then replace people's jobs and the people are very free and then like they don't have any jobs, maybe the governance system will be changed. So like we need to like develop the system that is more like adjusted to the society.
And I have one question or Jason on the quadratic voting, because that currently that source of for the plurality discussion, quadratic voting is the one important building block. But so is that the best solution to achieve plurality? Because that for the Bitcoin blockchain, so Satoshi invented the system, the proof of work and the halving system. So, but it's still not unclear that proof of work and halving system is sustainable for long years. At the same time, there's no silver bullet and no one good to fit to all. And I think that the quadratic voting is a great tool, but there's no proof that it fit for long years. I think it's a good research challenge for us. But so, what do you think about that?
Super cool question, I believe, and it's kind of controversial maybe, but I personally first using border rule for my DAO app because border rule is basically ranked voting and a scoring rule voting, which is like in the decision-making theory, border rule is kind of very good decision-making algorithm. And a quadratic voting is maybe in decision-making theory, both buy-in possibility and some other such kind of criticism may be there, I believe. But anyway, the quadratic voting and quadratic funding's good part is basically there is many options and we can fund it in fair way. So let's say in normal voting, there will be vote splitting. But for quadratic voting, it will be just flattening. And everyone checks each option. That is the better part. But still, I believe the person who is good at appealing will get more vote, basically. So getting back to the legitimacy talk, I separated legitimacy to the accessibility and the path dependency. And let's say accessibility-wise, some quadratic funding method needs minimal voting money, like 100 yen, $1. The minimal amount is needed, and still that amount is heavy for some people if the society is quite gapped. So think about it. We have to carefully think about accessibility of the quadratic funding and voting. That is my opinion.
Yeah, I like the concept of the Balaji's article, the network state. But I think it's a really radical idea that building the nation on the internet. So, but yeah, in Taiwan's condition, Taiwan is not a real nation right now, right? But how about we build the nation in the virtual or digital world? Yes, but I think there is two difficult problems. So which one is more difficult? DAO as a nation or nation as a DAO? Yeah, because people pay tax to expecting to get more public services like know your customer, KYC as a nation person, or have some protection from the region. But yeah, can DAO provide the services? And in other words, there are a lot of public digital infrastructure in the internet that is not provided by the nation. So the nation may be just one little role in the internet world. So why people pay tax in the internet world? So I think there is a lot to discuss. Yeah, because in the real government it is centralized, but in the internet the trade in the internet is decentralized. Although we all have one internet, the internet of the internet, but it is still decentralized. But I think the government is just. We need to pay more attention about how the technique of the decentralized tools to use to make more public infrastructures right now. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know where. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. I don't know where understanding about a polycentric stewardship from Matsuo-san, but the government as a DAO, it is also kind of polycentric stewardship, maybe, isn't it? Oh, cool. I got it. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got it now. Thanks.
So there's two that have the same score. One is just saying that we should put the questions on Poly and let everyone answer it. So I don't know if somebody wants to do that. But the Kotayatta-san is saying, is it possible that small communities all over Japan play their own governance and central government governs as the governor of governors? I think this relates earlier to Shogo-san's point about the local governments. And also, there was a point earlier about experimentation. And I think a lot of the structures of local governments is designed so that the cities and the states is where you do the experiments before you try to deploy. So I think this point ties to a bunch of other things that we've been talking about. But I don't know if people want to talk more about small communities. And also, I think we can expand this to say beyond Japan, right? Just in general, kind of this hierarchy of local governments. I'm personally quite interested in seeing where people are going. And I know there's people in the audience, so I don't know if people want to talk about this.
All right, so, sorry. I couldn't get all the question, but you were just praising me. I felt it, but please ask question again. Sorry.
Yeah, so the question is, so there's many small communities in Japan,
Yep.
and they can have their own governance. And maybe the central government is just governing, so this is governed as the governor of governors. But I guess it's basically saying, I think, is can we use the diversity of the local communities and create a structure where the central government is just kind of managing. And I think I think US may be more like this, but I think in it's generally the structure, but maybe we give more freedom to the local governments. And I think that both the size of the local governments as well as the fact that people have more trust usually, I think generally smaller is more trust. So I think even small countries like Singapore or Finland, people trust the central government more than the larger places like Japan or US. But I think the small communities is where I think we can pilot many experiments, and each community is also quite different. But I don't know if you have some interesting examples. You're doing local government governance, right? I don't know if there's anything that you can share that you haven't.
All right, thanks. So, yeah, if I replace it from Matsuo-san, there was a polycentric stewardship and some assumptions in the society. The topic there was, and let's say the analog government is basically full of assumptions. So much big assumptions there is security system-wise. And my background is basically cryptography and security, so that always think about assumptions. Okay, there is many big assumptions and this system will be broken, such kind of feeling always have, and for government as well, I think so. And let's say when we implement government and smaller government with DAOs, smart contracts, everything is transparent and everything must be explained and accounted. And there is many apparent assumptions. Okay, in this situation, things will be broken, like 51% attack. So for that very solid building block, we're better to make politics. I think so. And in such way, in such security and software engineering way, our politics will be less corrupted and less controlled and less predictable. In that way, we can trust in our nation, right? In our public. If there is many corruption and there is many black box and there is many big assumptions, the people who know that assumption will deal with it, game recognize game, right? The person who is good at gaming will win. So my opinion is making everything smart contract is the best way, right? Position talk.
Yeah, I like the concept of SSE, social solidarity economy. Yeah, as SSE is more famous in like Africa or Spanish or South American because they don't have they have more alternative economy, and one of the I like one of the entity, and its name is cooperative. I'm not sure if Japan have many cooperatives, but it is not famous in Taiwan because Taiwan's law of cooperative is old, and not many people can use the cooperatives legal structures to form the entity. But in the concept of cooperative, people just work together and share the profit. Yeah, and I think in the DAO or in the Web3 world, cooperative is the most important idea to collaborate each others. Yeah, because I think that democracy is not just voting and supervising. Democracy is kind of activism. We should make our own decisions and work together to make things happen. So I think in the Web3 world, we should learn from the social solidarity economy. And there are many examples in the world. Yeah.
Did you want to say something?
Yes, so let me share the really practical the real situation in the digital agency. So that I'm dealing with a public procurement project in our digital agency, and then in the future I really would like to bet the smart contract based on governance system in not only the in a part or maybe the or many local government can apply those things. But currently, in the current Japanese situation, so we really struggling with the digital transformation in a very primitive field, primitive level, and then so that maybe that in the current stage, so that some of the governance, the functions, it requires something like, okay, so that if we can apply that those set up the system, please use the system with a local government. If the local government cannot have enough ability to which a system is more secure, which system is more good for them. So that maybe I really think the combination between the top level approach and then bottom up approach, or so that those approach is required for the real world. I think. I just add one comment.
Okay, maybe we'll go to the next one from Yihan. I don't know if somebody can do the Polish question. It keeps getting upvoted, but we have some Polish people here, right? No? Okay, so Yihan is, will government friendliness of plurality enable technology that helps coexistence of conflicting national interests, a new international relation paradigm? So it's saying government friendliness of plurality enable technologies. Is this talking about Taiwan? Because I don't know if other countries have government friendliness to plurality.
Because Audrey Tang is the one of the pluralities leaders in the world. Yeah, and I think he's how to say that in Japanese, 吉祥物, the cartoon role, because everyone likes Audrey. Yeah, even in Europe or America. Yeah, and so she is in a high level in the government. So what she thinks will be applied to the government, but we don't know how long will she be. But I think in the right now she's working hard to put the concept of plurality into the digital agency and other agency. Yeah, so I think she is quite a great democracy network friend in the world. Yeah.
And so do you think this will help coexistence of conflicting national interests? It's kind of a difficult question.
Yeah, because Taiwan don't have the really official diplomacy right now, but we still have a lot to do in the academic or the economic or some other event like this. So I think plurality will be one of the methods.
I mean, just from what I know, I think Audrey did a pull request on the Tokyo COVID metropolitan governments, and it was a very interesting track to diplomacy with just using a pull request. And then I think for me, thinking about your work with digital identity, self-sovereign identity, where Taiwan has a very difficult time getting centralized identity, but decentralized identity seems like it makes sense, and so I can see where maybe this question's coming, where if you call those plurality-enabled technology, it does create a new international relationship paradigm that can be like a more scalable track too, right? I think.
Yeah, because the W3Cs have the new standard of decentralized identifier, but it's really, really new. Not many people get used to use decentralized identity. But all of us, we have plural identity right now. Yeah, somebody is government, but they have another role as a hacker or developers. Yeah, so there is a lot of example in the world right now, such as e-resident exchange. Yeah, because in Taiwan we still need a lot to do in digital transformation about the e-residence exchange right now. But I think if we apply decentralized identity into the blockchain, like to mint a soulbound token as a identity, we can just make an easy exchange if other nation or other DAO, they recognize our soulbound token. Yeah, and what is really good at decentralized identity is that we don't know each other before the people expose their real identity. So decentralized identity is just like one of the infrastructures of the digital world.
And I think, and we've been talking about this with Hal and also at my university, but plurality, I think, is closer to interoperability rather than standardization. And I think that internet, a lot of it was standardization, and it's sort of open. But if we're talking about identity standardization, it could be quite centralized. And I think that and I think why sort of token-based credentials and identity can be much more inclusive and plural, because you don't have to force everybody to agree in order for them to be interoperable. And I think that choice is really, really important. And I think that's, for me, a critical piece of blockchain, is that you don't need permission to participate. But with standardized systems, even if they're somewhat open, even W3C, you need to be a member, right? So I think this kind of membership-oriented, centralized, sort of open standardization processes can be quite, top-down, right?
Yeah, I think it is all about scarcity. Yeah, because the identity or the standard we need to give people identity, it's all about scarcities. Because like a PhD, we have to work hard to get a PhD, and for the nation identity, we have to move to the nation and have some application like salary certification and others to make us as a nation persons. Yeah, but if the decentralized identity has applied, everyone can issue an identity in the world. Like the company, a foundation, a DAO, everyone can be an issuer to give the identity. But the value of the identity should be connected to the real world, like protection, tax payment, or the contribution of the DAO. I think it is quite the same. The standardization and the scarcity and the interoperability. Yeah.
Does anybody else have a?
All right, so think about national interest, and there will be the national security and legitimacy again. And let's say, think about that. Okay, there's many DAOs, and all those DAOs can throw some ballot to the nation, like United DAOs. Not United Nations, United DAOs. There are a single DAO which can accept voting from DAOs. And if there is some diplomacy conflict, we can think about it, we can talk about it, and then we can vote for it. Then, in the logic-wise, conflict will be solved on that DAO. This is my dream, kind of dream, but in physical world, not like that maybe. So yeah, I'm always thinking about that. And Ken Suzuki, which is, thanks Smart News. And I talked with Ken Suzuki. And basically we are talking about enemy. Enemy will keep remaining there in this world, even if there is how good technology, if there is bad. We've been keep thinking that how we can smooth the enemy, how we can deal with the enemy. So such kind of crypto diplomacy is our mission, I believe. I love it.
No one else? Okay, we'll take the next one. So, in my humble opinion, plurality is a word to describe one aspect of diversity. I wonder why plurality has become so popular in several years. Anybody have opinion? This may be another being.
Yeah, I think that diversity is the norm, and plurality is kind of the verb, because we use more method like technology tools or democracy process to make the diversity of the group or the interest group or the stakeholder to work together. One of the example is that many years ago, Audrey has a platform called Taiwan. It's not only she make it; many people make the platform. And one of the good examples is that when the Uber want to come into Taiwan, the taxi reunion they have a lot of conflict about how Uber come to Taiwan. So they use police to make the opposed opinion to form together as a visual presentation of the ideology or the opinion. Yeah, and after the discussions, they finally have the merely a little consensus and to make the policymaker and the law move forward. Yeah, so I think that diversity and plurality, the difference is that the plurality is cooperate across diversity. Yeah.
Anybody else? No? Okay. DAOs. Can a DAO will work more like a nation? Vitalik says in his blog that DAO needs to learn more in politics than corporate governance.
So I wrote a paper which is eating DAO. I put it on GitHub. There is PDF, and I made some formal logic, which is like, okay, there is a jurisdiction, and there is a police and army, and all those are related with each other. And if one malicious administration, if there is, it will be like if jurisdiction is broken totally, then the law won't work. Such kind of relation always there is. So nation can be DAO, but we better to think about some relationship, and we have to make some dynamism, new liberal arts, which is think about a software-wise relationship of the administrations and the votings and security. And it's kind of closer to the party-centric stewardship maybe, and some positive political theory, and there is many things maybe there is, and we have to research it.
Anybody else? No?
I think in Vitalik's paper, he discussed some situation that some options or consensus that is good to be a concave or concave problem. Yeah, like in the example of COVID-19, if we can vote, if we can vote to make the door of the nation open or closed, if the infection will come into the country, that will be a damage. Yeah, we close 100% the door, or we open fully to let the infection get in. That is just the one and all or none problems. And in that situation, it is not good to be the democratic voting. But in some situation, as a DAO, it is good to be a concave problem. The final consensus would be in the middle. Sometimes it would be good to deploy or to make operations. So in that case, democracy or government or democratic voting would be a good tools than in a corporation or company. Yeah, so but in that paper, Vitalik suggests us to learn more from the democracy process. Yeah.
So we have 3 minutes, maybe pick the last one. How can we measure and evaluate success of plurality initiatives, and what do you think about the metrics and indicators we can use?
All right, I go. So let's say there will be infallible problems and variable problems, which is we can fail and we cannot fail. If we can distinguish which is this one, which is this one, then plurality can applicable for the variable things basically. But invariable things, yeah, we have to evaluate it and verify it. That is our next task, I believe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's all about happiness. So are you happy right now? If you are not, yeah, we need more about plurality. Yeah, that's all.
And I do think that human flourishing comes up a lot when we talk about it. And there's words like eudaimonia and things like that. But I think that the over-quantification is quite dangerous. You know, when we try to do like the sustainable development goals and we make a badge and then we're doing it, you know, I think that's quite dangerous to reduce happiness to numbers. And I think we may eventually get math that's better at it, but I worry about trying to measure everything. The founder of the Media Lab, Nicholas, famously said, if you can measure it, it's not interesting. So I think this gets back to the resisting reduction. So I think we should measure things, but I think we have to be careful about over-quantification. So anything else? Last minute, 1 minute. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for this very great panel. So yeah, we have a next break. So
15 minutes break. So please share your thoughts.
あ、すいません。電通の星野さんいらっしゃいますか？
Hello.
we're gonna restart. Please take your seat. その辺。Okay, please come back. So before starting next panel discussion, we will have a sponsor session. Yeah, sponsor actually some of sponsors will give a short talk. Hello, please come back. Take a seat. Thank you. And yeah, so thanks for our sponsors and Oche-san. He talked a very great panel. Thank you very much. And also, yeah, as a sponsor, please here.
All right, so I'm doing the School of Solidity in Saga Prefecture, which is quite rural area of Japan, and which is 1 hour from Hakata City. And basically, I'm teaching the normal solidity things and upgradability and the real-world tips of the production solidity smart contract. And just using anonymous DeFi that is less needed. But actually, if you do that with corporation or some public policy, you will need it. You have to make some very safe way of the development. And that is not field in this market. Like not only Japan, for the global market, that is not field enough. I'm teaching it. And basically, $50,000 per 5 months, and the one person will be solidity developer, basically. And I'm doing some DAO thingy in rural areas. There's many farmers, and I'm now building an app for the small government, small DAOs. So yeah, please just best regard. And if there is some Alga app in the market, please use it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I think Shibuya Startup Deck. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Yoshi from Shibuya City. We are so delighted to sponsor this event through our consortium Shibuya Startup Deck. It's been very inspiring. Thank you so much for all the great speakers and organizers. Thank you so much. So our office wants to kind of support these technologies and concepts, ideologies, and we want to try some projects. So if you want to work with us, please contact us, Shibuya Startup Support. You can Google it. And then also, those of you who are not Japanese, we provide a startup visa. And then so if you want to come to Japan and try new things in Shibuya, please apply to our visa.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So someone from Dentsu Inc.
Is anyone from Dentsu here?
Here? If no, and Ito-san, do you want to share speech? Sorry, it's okay. So okay, thank you for sponsors, and please give applause. Okay, we are gonna next session. So we invited very great speakers. So please come to stage. So So this panel title is Plurality Showcases Challenges and the Future Opportunity. And and the floor is yours.
Ooh, yes. Mic check, mic check. Okay, yes. All right, from now on, we will have a panel 2 with a fantastic panelist. But before starting this panel 2, we have a lot of good input from the keynote speech and also the panel 1. So why don't we have some stretch right now? So please stretch your arms, all right? And maybe, yeah, right. And left. Okay? If you want to stand up, just, twist your the waist. Okay? So, yeah. So this session is, of course, we will have a panelist, but everybody is a kind of the panelist. So please join this panel. So, oh yes. So first of all, so my name is Mariko, and yes, and I am from Tokyo, and I'm honored to have this Plurality Tokyo next to the Denver. So this is the world's second Plurality event, and my name I call myself as a pollinator. Pollinator is a bee, and what I'm do cross-pollinate is a cross-pollinate, company and also some community, sometimes creator and artist. So I'm so thrilled to have a Plurality Society because I can buzz around a lot of community. So this is me. And the next panelist is Aya-san. Aya-san from the Ethereum Foundation. Yes, please, yeah, applause. So Aya-san, yes, could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, hello everyone. First of all, Taka, he invited me to this event like 2 days ago, and then it was very spontaneous, which happens often in the Ethereum world. But thank you for having me here, and I'm excited to have discussions. And also, we heard great discussions. I won't get into too deep into Ethereum, but because Joi-san mentioned this vision of infinite garden, this is the vision that we use at the Ethereum Foundation. And then I came up with the idea, inspired by the book called Finite and Infinite Games. And then I think it's very important also when we discuss what is the plurality and how to make the plurals in the world. And the book explains how an infinite game, like compared to finite game, when someone wins, the game ends, right? So you play the game to win the game. But in an infinite game, you play the game to continue the game. And I think that's the beauty of what we are building, also the culture that we have in the Ethereum community. And Joi-san mentioned the culture is very important. So my role mainly is to set the vision and then make sure the vision stays in the Ethereum community. But, and then at the Ethereum Foundation, we give grants, which is financial support. If you go to the next slide. Okay, by the way, that beautiful infinite garden was designed by our designer. Actually, Tomo is here. So compared to that, this is actually my hand drawing.
I love it, so cute.
But we actually, at the Ethereum Foundation, I think a couple of weeks ago, we had all EF call, which is very rare because we are all spread out. It's so hard to have everyone in one call. But that's where Vitalik and myself talked about the future of the Ethereum Foundation. And this funny drawings is what I used at the EF call. And I just mentioned we give grants, financial support. We give like 50 to 100 million annually. But if these sunshine and rains, water, if that represent financial support, will you go to the next slide? What we really want to do is in the bottom, like underneath the ground, in the soil, like there are values. We want to maintain the values in the soil. So the roots of each plant that grows in the garden, which is the ecosystem, will suck up the values and then maintain the values in the roots. We care about those values very, very much. So we don't really necessarily only care about the growth or the size or the numbers. We do care about how it grows. Otherwise, will you go to the next slide? Yes. Yes. So the values can be replaced like this. And it's so easy for this to happen if you don't really work on it. And when I say, so we call ourselves a gardener, but we don't really see only ourselves as a gardener. We invite everyone to be part of, this gardening work. And because if we are the only player, right, the word won't be plural. Like we need to make ourselves redundant too. Because at some point, we won't be there. I won't be there. Vitalik won't be there. So that is very important. And speaking of Infinite Garden, and you also mentioned you were in Denver. I didn't get to go there, so I just received this today. Some group in the Ethereum community, including actually Kevin Owocki, who just gave her opening keynote. I think he funded this project, and then they made this beautiful, cute Infinite Garden coloring book.
Wow,
and
so cute.
It's a coloring book that has these you can the color.
Wow.
So
it's
a cute little thing. It's a project. So how this happens is it's very.
Aya-san, can I pass for the audience?
Oh, I need it one.
Oh, sure.
Like
Okay,
another
of course.
minute.
Yeah,
But
sorry.
After that, I can pass it around.
Right. Yep.
But the important part is, I didn't really order this, right? And then it naturally happens because we have really diverse but also plural group numbers and also group of people who share the values, right? There is diversity, but what is important is we all share the values. And I want to end by reading the part. Oh, actually, they asked me to write a foreword for the book. And then they asked me to write how I came up with the idea of Infinite Garden. And how it happened is in December 2020. Okay, I'm just going to read the part that that's part that I actually wrote myself. But in December of 2020, when a new wave of excitement began in the industry, I was looking for terms to describe what's really special about Ethereum, so we do not lose its soul during the changing seasons. In a year-end message to the Ethereum Foundation, I wrote, "My vision of Ethereum is as an infinite garden where we all exist as participating creatures. It has the whole biodiversity with insects and worms, sunlight, water, and soil. A true ecosystem. The role of EF shifts in this, but we are a gardener that can empower other ecosystem players. It is important for us to maintain biodiversity, not to become a gardener that uses toxic pesticides to kill bugs in order to maximize short-term productivity." So
beautiful.
You can pass this around. But I just want to emphasize, we all talk about how to get to the plurality or pluriverse. We often lose sight of why the heck we wanted to get there. And I think it's also important to talk about what we don't want to lose in the course.
That's true. Ooh.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Yeah, so, before going to the NOAA, so as Aya-san said, we should share each of our value, and also we should be a player, and also sometimes we should be a gardener. So I want you to join this Slido activity. So please scan this QR code. This is special for the panel 2. And there is a question. It is, what is your ideal plurality future or society? So please, each of you, everybody is a participant. Everybody is a panelist for this panel 2. So please write down your ideal plurality future society. So I will take 3 minutes here. So access here and write down your idea or value. Please share your value. Yeah, thank you, Noah. Oh, yeah. Lovely comments from the audience. Aya-san, there is a so beautiful comment. Infinite garden for commons. Nice. And maybe lots of people voting for the corporate with enemy. It's a bigger font. Yeah, so now it's 3 minutes. So let's see. So yeah, all the panelists, if you see the comments, do you have something very like it, or? So Mark, how do you think? You find some new idea from the audience comment? Yeah. Please use the mic. Yeah.
Yeah, I like cooperate with the enemy. It's because so many people agree with the concept. It's important.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's main concept of plurality. I think so.
Thank you. Midori-san, how do you think?
Yeah, just a small close community is close to my plurality idea. Yeah, because I think that in my idea there will be many small cross community in the world, and there will be active, and there will be many governance there.
All right, thank you. How about you, Noah?
I like love.
Yeah. Same. Yeah. Right, bottom. Love. Why you choose that?
I think plurality is a very big word that we need to somehow simplify. So
Yeah.
respect, love,
Yeah.
All this inclusion, all these words are very good in
Beautiful.
terms of explaining what plurality actually means.
Beautiful. Thank you. So Aya-san, a lot of keywords from the audience. Thank you so much.
I'm well. I don't know. It's hard to pick one, but I'm
That's true.
I'm curious of this freedom of curiosity. I like the word curiosity. The term curiosity is, I think, source of everything.
Right. All right. Thank you so much. So through this panel, please, add your comment. So every keyword reminds your thought through the panel is a kind of the hint for the future. So please keep on writing this slide. So yes. So go to the next panelist introduction. So please welcome Noah from Taiwan. Yay!
Thank you, guys. So before I start a self-introduction, I have a very serious question for Aya-san. So where can I get that coloring book?
Good question. I actually don't know. I think they printed out some small limited numbers, but if there's enough demand, I can ask Kevin to print them more.
Yeah. I'll tweet him.
Nice.
Need a coloring book.
Yeah. They will.
So hi everyone, my name is Noah. I'm an organizer at DAO0 and a contributor at GovZero. So just to give you guys some context, GovZero is this 10-year civic organization in Taiwan, which has done a lot of pretty amazing things, which most of it I was not part of. But last year we did initiate DAO0. DAO0 is this, our mission is basically to supercharge GovZero and to supercharge civic innovation with Web3 technology. So if we can go to the next slide. So there are like a dozen projects within DAO0 right now, but if we boil down to the core, our mission is basically, our intention is to incentivize contributions towards public goods. So if you think about it, which usually is actually pretty obvious, that traditional corporations or traditional organizations, they have a very strong and obvious tools for incentivization, which are salaries and stocks, right? But when it comes to public goods, charity foundations, nonprofits, or even governments, the purpose of the existence of all these organizations is not to maximize profits. So when people are choosing between going to these two different routes, if they compare the very similar variables, like Ito-san was just talking about, if we're reducing everything into a dollar sign, then it's pretty obvious that which direction people will go. But in this case, plurality in our thinking, we can probably think about what else can incentivize people to take action? What else can incentivize people to do something else, to work towards the interest for the public? So this is basically our mission, to look for the alternatives that may create a different future somehow. So just to give you a couple of two interesting examples that we're building. So on the left, this is a fund that we partnered with Protocol Labs, who is the creator of IPFS and Filecoin. So basically what we do is we're trying to combine Web3 technology with the concept of social impact bond, or like we say, impact certificate. The project name is called HyperCerts. So this is a fund that we're establishing. We asked nonprofits, organizations to basically issue HyperCerts, and at a certain point we will look at the impact, and we buy back these HyperCerts as retroactive funding, as a retrospective funding methods, to demonstrate to the market that this is a possibility. So this is one of the things that we're trying to do. On the right, it's a very simple but very interesting project we're also doing. Is trying to, it's a contribution system. So within our community, we're trying to recognize people's contribution and to record all these contributions, right? But the old ways are pretty centralized. What we do is we basically ask people to give each other compliments, throughout whenever they want to. So if you tag the Slack bot, if you tag the person's name and you give a compliment, that compliment immediately becomes a Soban token and goes on chain.
Wow.
So that becomes a base layer for people to quantify their contributions, for people to analyze the vibe of the community, and maybe to make rewards retroactively. So this is the kind of things that we're thinking about to create certain alternatives for future incentives for people to contribute to public goods. So that's basically what DAO Zero and Gov Zero is trying to do.
Beautiful. Actually, I got a sticker from Noah. Yeah. So this cat is so cool. So please get this sticker.
I think we have 3 more.
Oh, cool. Oh, 3 more. All right. Very limited. All right. Thank you, Noah. So Midori-san, it's okay?
Hello, I'm Midori Kanemitsu from Japanese crypto exchange Bitflyer, but I've come here today as a Yamakoshi digital villager, not Bitflyer guy. Let me explain about Nishikigo NFT and Yamakoshi DAO. I guess many of you might already know. Yamakoshi is a beautiful village in Niigata.
Hold on. Yeah.
Famous for its terrace-light parties and the Nishikigoi colored cups, which was merged with Nagaoka City in 2005. The population in Yamakoshi decreased due to the Chuetsu earthquake from 2,200 to 800 people. The aging rate is now 55%. And one of the founders, Takeuchi-san, was looking for a way to finance Yamakoshi, but it was difficult. Another founder member, Hayashi-san, sitting there, suggested that Yamakoshi issue the original NFT, and another founder, Takase-san, also sitting there. Yeah. And Takase issued 2 types of beautiful NFTs with generative art. They sold almost 1,500 NFTs and got 41 Ether. But it's just finance. It's not just finance. NFT holders are called digital villagers by founders and local villagers, and they started to act as Yamakoshi DAO. Then please, next slide, please. And Yamakoshi DAO achieved some great things. Let me introduce 2 examples. We have some VR artists in DAO, and they created Metaverse Yamakoshi in cluster. Sometimes digital villagers gather as avatars and talk about Yamakoshi. Last year's annual ceremony was also held at Cluster, and the Cluster world was displayed at the ceremony hall at the same time. And the monument of the Fire Festival and the Dragon Legend was created in virtual Yamakoshi, which enabled preservation of cultural heritage. And and the right side, many digital villagers, almost 200 villagers, visited Yamakoshi as homecoming. They are visiting Yamakoshi saying Tadaima. They have made a vlog to introduce the way to visit Yamakoshi, attractivity of Yamakoshi. Recently, they did ski and kamakura tour by group and family to Yamakoshi. Also, some digital villagers did snow shoveling to solve the real villagers' problem. NFT sale and digital villagers' contribution have been a big news in Japan, and we were on many media. And what's the next step? The next slide, please. Hayashi-san and Takase-san founder team suggested 3 things. 10,000 digital villagers by issuing the new NFT. And sustain Yamakoshi with real and digital villagers. The 3rd point is to be the model case of Web3 and social local. In order to achieve the goal, we Yamakoshi DAO made a council committee, and we are now making the plan. And Ryu-san at the reception is one of the council committee of Yamakoshi. Ryu-san! Ryu-san! Yeah. And the right side is one of the idea of the future Yamakoshi DAO. We plan to establish an unincorporated association in DAO. And this association will be in charge of treasury, legal contracts, and as Noah said, reward system is important, I think. And so we think to establish reward system with quadratic voting using Uwaizumi-san's system. Uwaizumi-san. Uwaizumi-san. He left.
Unite,
yes.
yes.
And the reason why we established this unincorporated association is DAO is not defined under Japanese law now. We are studying from Wyoming City DAO Ito, and we understand that new Japanese DAO law is coming, and looking forward to establishing a new Japanese DAO. Maybe we will have many trials and errors, but we will keep trying. Thank you.
Thank you, Midori-san. Before go to the Mark, Noah. I want to ask you, how do you see this kind of the local encouragement activity? How do you see this activity?
First of all, I love Yamakoshi DAO.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely an inspiration for us working, because it's the whole plan. I think the whole idea of membership NFTs and retroactive funding, a lot of these things we basically are very impressed with what you guys are doing and are still learning from, I would say.
Thank you. Founders.
Cool. So, Aya-san, is this a kind of unique, or do you see same kind of rural area, encouragement program?
So not that I know all the DAOs in the world, but this is very, very rare. That I think it's can almost only work in Asia, and then what we often miss is that like they use technology, but it's actually a lot of coordination, human collaboration, teamwork.
That's true.
That is really hard to achieve anywhere else. So I'm very, very impressed with this. Like I was just proud Japanese when I heard about this. So the communities seem to be very organized. Yeah, very, very impressive.
All right, thank you so much. How do you see this project, Mark?
Actually, I'm involved in Miyoshishi DAO.
Where is the
it's
Miyoshishi?
Similar to Yamakoshi DAO. The Miyoshi DAO is so the first case of Japan in Japan to involve some district in rural.
Yeah.
It's good, I think.
But are you also working on the Miyoshishi?
Yeah.
Miyoshishi, right?
As volunteer.
That is good. So yeah, I had that, Yamakoshi is a kind of a reference, and now in Japan there is a lot of kind of, using the technology and doing the, encouraging the rural area. That is great progress thanks to the Yamakoshi DAO. Thank you, Midori-san. Yeah, so the Mark, yay.
Hi.
Yay.
Hello everyone. My name is Kotaro Motoshima, but please call me Mark from Mikunard. Actually, I went to Mikunard a lot of time. I'm a lawyer at Morihamada Matsumoto Law Firm, and I'm in charge of startup and deep tech legal affairs. But and I'm challenging as a social coordinator to organize various projects or various event community throughout Japan. In Rule Makers DAO, I will introduce to you. I'm in charge of 4 community manager, and involve the person who have never been involved in rule making in Japan. We call rule making minority. For example, woman or young person or the person who live in rural region. And okay. Next, okay. Rule Makers DAO is a DAO where everyone who acts in any way can be involved in rule making. rule making in Japan, in order to make it easier for themselves to challenge. Actually, in Japan, there is few ways to connect Japanese rule making contrast to Taiwan. So we are the first case to connect Japanese rule making DAO. In fact, from a junior high school student to working adult, lawyer, government officer, politician, entrepreneur, or also Waka, as a prior paneler, help us, and actually the company Unite, which help Yamakoshi DAO help us too. As this picture show, we are trying to promote rule making, especially with duals who can proactively act by making their own affairs responsibility as a hub. We assume 4 steps for rule making. First, gather duals through sharing and discussion, and then create a proposal through sharing and discussion, and then present them to the diet members, politicians. Third, engage followers of duals and public opinion, and then create a movement toward realize the proposal. Finally, leverage the change rule rules in practice. Also, next please. Also, as illustrate shows, there are 2 layers, main DAO and sub-DAO. Sub-DAO deal with 4 and 1 themer: diversity, equity, and inclusion, startups, Web3, region, tourism, foods. In regions and tourism, deal with nomad visa, which Waka mentioned in prior discussion. And then next, please. Let me explain a little bit about the concept of incentive design with token as a DAO. The member, once the member have collect some amount of tokens, the member become a core member and can be involved in the governance and financing of the DAO, and can be entitled to vote. And the token can then be used to vote according to a specific voting algorithm. The token obtained by completing quests set by DAO or a core member. A core member share their one token to those who complete quests. We are now testing the design of token incentive through trial and error, and referring to other DAOs. So I want you to recommend some good token incentive. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So as Max said, this kind of DAO. So I think the challenge point is, onboarding for the people who have never creating the rule. Like he said, young people or maybe the female. So I have a question for Midori and Noah and Aya-san again. So each DAO or each community, how do you care about the onboarding for the newbie or people who are a little bit difficult to join the DAO or the foundation? So Midori-san, what is your how do you support for the onboarding for the new people or difficult people?
Yeah, onboarding is very difficult in Japan because the newcomers need to install at first MetaMask to their smartphone, and they need to purchase Ethereum or Polygon.
That's true. Oh yeah.
So it's very difficult. So I think the founder team and marketing team is working very hard to how to attract newcomers to the DAO and to the concept. But actually, I think the 40% of the DAO members are the people who bought cryptocurrency at the first for join the DAO. They've never bought cryptocurrency before joining DAO. Before joining DAO.
Wow.
So I think the hurdle is not so much hard, so much high. So the marketing is very important, I think.
Right. That is good news. So sometimes the people say the MetaMask is very hard to set up, but as Midori-san said, if we have a motivation, MetaMask is not the hurdle. Just it's like installing the Twitter or other tools. So thank you for your sharing the knowledge. So Noah, how do you take care of the onboarding?
So for us, it's very simple. We learned this from GovZero. So basically, one thing we do is documentation, everything, right? So every discussion, we basically document everything. So when people want to catch up, they can. And I think this is one more important element. The other one is people taking people under their wings, right? So when people come into a community, whether it's a crypto community or not, I think the most important thing is you make friends there. And if people can tell you the here and there, the nitty-gritties of this specific community, then it's much easier to navigate. So I think it's still the people and the documentation that's the most important.
All right, thank you so much. Aya-san?
Yeah, we don't really interact with end users directly that often, but I think often a lot of applications layers, they tend to just jump to, okay, let's make it easy for users, right? Our side need to emphasize that there's a reason why Web3 is hard to use. And then there's, like Vitalik explained, this that trilemma of scalability, decentralization, and security. So we can't really compromise security just by scaling.
That's it.
So what's important is really the education of the regular people. And like Midori-san said, it's actually not that hard now. Like if people think MetaMask is hard, that's 10 years ago, it was horrible. So it got a lot better. And then I saw actually video of Yamakoshi that how they were onboarding even senior people. So that was, it seemed to be possible. So I think there are a lot of education happening, and then the way we educate can also improve.
All right, thank you so much. So panel 2 also have a Q&A slide too. So if you have a question, please put your question here. So we have first question. So I wanna for Japanese plurality initiatives and DAO organism, would language be a barrier? Okay. そうですね。どうしようかな。Midori-san, how do you think about that language is a barrier, or what is your opinion?
As you noticed, I'm not good at English.
I think it's gonna be a hurdle. So, but recently I recently often communicated with young people who are around 20, and very impressed that they are very good at English.
Oh yeah.
So maybe I recommend young people to learn English and communicate communicate in English very fluently.
Yeah.
It's very, I think it's very important. If AI is very good, AI becomes very great.
Yes, to translate.
Yeah,
but
to translate.
Yes.
But communicating with our own language and own words is very important. So to make DAO DAO has no concept of nationality, I think. So Yamakoshi has Chinese and American digital villagers. So
cool.
yeah, so English communication is, I think, very important.
Yeah.
So English is my kind of barrier.
No, Midori-san, your English is very good. And what I surprised is that today's なんだっけ、リルさん、学生さんの発起人の人。リル。Yeah, Rick. Where's the Rick? Oh, he's not here. Okay. So I saw the Rick is first, from the Taiwanese or other country because he speaks good English, but he's just 18 years old, and he just motivated. He wanna get Plurality Tokyo here, so then he can speak good English. So, but なんで私が褒めてる時にいないか。Anyway, so as Midori-san said, young people is very fascinating to connect to the people and speaking English. That is very good for the future. So Noah, so I think, how do you think that in Japan we have some language, we feel some language barrier to speak English, but how about the situation in Taiwan? Is same or?
Yeah, we use ChatGPT a lot. So
Yes, same. Yeah.
That solves it.
And DeepL, yeah. Oh, right. So this kind of how can I say, discussion topic is coming up, like language barrier, and also the DAO is English should be kind of same question will be happen in Taiwan. Do you know what I mean? So
you mean the language thing?
Yeah.
So I think it depends on what the purpose of the DAO is. Right?
That's
so
true. That's true. Yep.
Yeah, in Taiwan we do the public goods we're trying to build is for Taiwanese society mostly. So in that case, people mostly the people we engage are mostly local people. But when we want to communicate with international DAOs, Ethereum Foundation or Protocol Labs, whoever, then that communication, of course, it's still, even if we have ChatGPT, you still get to know the person and get to meet the person and make connections. I think that's still, because I think the important thing is the underlying base layer of every single DAO, every single community is still people. Right?
That's
and
true. Yeah.
There's going to be ups and downs for every single DAO, and there's going to be times with momentum and times without momentum. So how do you hold the DAO together? How do you keep things moving even if it's slow? I think at the base layer is still the connection, the social layer of the people, the social fabric of the DAO. The stronger that social fabric is, the stronger the DAO is in the long term.
That is beautiful. Thank you so much. So yeah, actually, sorry for the panelists. I have already have an agenda, but I want to go through with the question. Is okay? Yeah. So so I want to go to the next question. But could you? So for the audience, if you voting for your curious question, please vote for this slide. Right. So this Yata Kota-san's question is very important. So his question is, could non-tech people stay motivated after many cities and region has built DAO communities? So that is, we discuss about the language barrier, and this time we want to discuss about the tech barrier. So Mark?
Yeah. It's a critical problem. I think the person who joins the conference has enough skill set and mindset to use DAO or plurality.
That's true.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people in Japan or world don't want to commit DAO or make decision or voting something. I think so. We need to motivate, or we have to prepare the small step or minimum way to connect or join the DAO. For example, by using Twitter or like and retweet. So we have to prepare step to
one by one.
And to connect for rule making. And we facilitate the person to get mindset or skill set in order to for plurality or using DAO.
Wow, that is good to know. So you take care of the people who are not used to the technology, but to provide the tools they used to, one by one, to make to onboarding them. Thank you so much. So Aya-san, I am curious, in Ethereum Foundation, do you have discussed about some tech divide things, or how do you treat about this tech divide question?
So first of all, I don't see myself as a tech person. I used to be a teacher. So my advice to that would be, just include non-tech people in making a DAO. I mean, like a DAO team should have non-tech people too. Like you can't just like let all like tech nerds build everything, right? And then there are like talented artists, creative designers. They are the ones to help to connect these tech and non-tech divide. So for example, like my drawing, like I just showed, I try many different ways because we have developers whose mind are very different from mine. So that the way they understand things is very different from me. So like I have to talk to them how they like like a kind of learn how they learn or how they understand. So that is also important for DAOs to consider. I think.
Right. Yeah. So thank you. So I have a question for all the attendees. So is anybody for the designer or artist here? So please raise your. Oh yes. Good. Yeah. Oh, so actually 2 or 3. So maybe next time for Plurality Tokyo or Plurality Taiwan, we should invite more designer or artists. That will be the plurality event. Plurality is very hard for pronounce. Sorry. Anyway, right. So language barrier again. All right. Thank you, Aya-san. So next question should be. Okay. So this question should be Noah. This question from Aki-san. So DAO Zero is phenomenal. How would you serve different communities in Spectrum? Would it be similar to where the problem is? So Noah-san, いいですかね?
First of all, thank you.
Thank you, Aki-san.
I think our I can actually answer this question along with the last question with tech individuals and stuff. I think organizing a DAO has a very different philosophy than organizing a corporation. Right? A corporation is like building a building. So basically, you have a vision, you have a map, you have a blueprint, and basically everyone does their jobs and the building gets built, right? If something goes wrong, then the building collapses. So everything needs to be rather centralized. But in a decentralized community, we have a base layer that supports all of the different projects going towards relatively general common goal of building for public goods. And then we support them with resources, maybe sometimes funding if we are capable. We support them with connections and knowledge base and all that. And with what I talked about, the social fabric layer, I think is also very important. But on top of that, what every single project is going to target is a centralized decision within that specific team, right? Because they need to know who are they serving and what kind of public goods they're trying to build. And we're trying to provide them with methods like retroactive funding or reputation systems, contribution systems that can support them to incentivize their contributors to do good for public goods. So that TA, that where the problem is decided by every single pod. Some of our, we have a podcast pod, a project that's basically trying to educate people about public goods in Web3. Right? We also have another project trying to build a fund trying to build for hypersearch for impact certificate. So I think it varies, but as long as it's going towards a bigger vision, general direction, I think we will support that effort.
All right. So Noah, I should ask before, but please tell me the example of the public goods. What kind? Yeah, public goods.
So public goods is like a garden. So everyone likes it, but no one pays for it. Right? So this is a public interest.
All right.
And something that benefits more than less, or at least.
Wow.
I think that's the general definition. There's public goods and there's commons, but these two are basically the same genre. I guess.
All right. Thank you so much. Actually, DAO Zero. So you have a special tool, right?
Yes.
Yes. Right. Right.
I think.
Right. So so that tool is based on the blockchain.
Yes. So the student hypersearch impact certificate, the social impact bond, that's based on blockchain, and the reputation system that I talked about is also based on soulbound tokens. So that's also a part of blockchain. So those are the kind of things that we're trying to build.
All right. So and also this kind, how can I say, it's kind of the open source. So everybody can how can I say, like GitHub. So
Yeah, definitely. So everyone can basically build on top of it. We only build the base layer.
I see.
And people can we can work together and apply for all different communities.
So what kind of the engineer joining that DAO Zero community?
Any kind that are willing to contribute.
Oh, cool. That is beautiful. Plurality. Thank you so much. Right. Right. So, okay. Okay. So this Ihan, yes. Thank you for this question. So maybe this is for the Midori-san. For local DAOs like Yamakoshi, how do you effectively record offline, off-chain contribution on-chain? なるほどね. Yeah. How do you track offline contribution?
Yeah, this is a difficult point, and we want to solve. And I think we can learn from DAO Zero. And
yeah, we want to know later.
Yeah, we direct. I think I would like to read your document after the. Yeah. So many digital villagers visited Yamakoshi, and they cleaned. They shoveled the snow.
Yeah.
And they did very good things to Yamakoshi, but there's no record on chain. So I think it's not DAO-like. So I would like to record this kind of contribution on chain. So I'd like to know how these are done in DAO Zero.
Yeah.
And in addition, I'd like to make some reward system for this kind of contribution. And in Japan, token issuance is very difficult in Japanese under Japanese regulation. It should be initial exchange offering, so it is very hard. It often takes 1 or 2 years. and it's not realistic that DAO issues the token. So I'd like to know how to achieve the reward, the very good reward system in Japan.
All right, so Noah, if you can answer for the like offline to the online.
So the complement system that was talking about, basically, because we were trying to create a contribution for a lot of different projects, and obviously every single project has a different definition of contribution, especially different definition of meaningful contribution, right? And the results, to measure all those results, you need various different third-party resources or whatever. So for a civic organization like GovZero or like DAO0, that's mainly impossible. So we basically lower that, not lower expectation, but we measure that expectation, measure that contribution based on how your teammate think of what you've done. So if your teammate think your work is valuable, then that's value. So that complement is the emergence of that value. And we don't do centralized saying this is good and that is bad, but we use this more organic, everyone can record contribution and accomplishments of others. So this, basically we at least have a base layer to look at, to analyze, to quantify.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Noah. So regarding the off-chain and on-chain discussion, Aya-san, so East Foundation and community has a like offline event, East Denver and also the like East Osaka before. And how do you see the balance of offline event and also the online community activities? As a gardener, do you have some balance to doing the offline online?
Well, technologies are all online, but where we see the values in actually when COVID happens, people started to work remotely, but we were always working remotely. And what we saw was actually the benefit of getting together in person increased after COVID because we didn't get to travel. When we travel and then we come to Tokyo, this is where actually our team members get together. And I'm busy because I have internal meetings too. So because we don't have an office anywhere. So that there's definitely benefit of being in person. But then like just like the technologies are online, and then some discussions are online, and then also verification, record, everything has to be online. So I guess like having both are very important. But in terms of like a social interaction and also having building trusted relationship, I think human interaction in person is very, very important.
All right, thank you so much. Cool. Right, so maybe this should be a final question for, I also wanna curious about this question. So anonymous people, thank you for anonymous. So what's the most difficult thing when you organize a DAO? So from Mark, Midori, Noah, and also the Aya-san, then we will finish.
In Rulemakers DAO, the most difficult thing is involving doers who act in any way. Because I think the reason why they don't join the DAO or some act for DAO is they have no experience to change the rule or be involved in rule making. So they have no a good experience for rule making. So we first of all we do hearing for doers. We
interview するの?
yeah, interview, and we or the lawyer hearing the doers, and then catch their problem they have, and then make let the doer involved in rulemaking. So we prepare a small step or small small step.
Well, thank you. But the human interaction is very key to organizing the DAO. Thank you, Mark. So, Midori-san?
First of all, I'm not organizing the DAO, but the challenges we faced, governance and the size of the community, and how we can sustain the DAO economically. In Yamakoshi DAO, the founder members are very nice and want a decentralized style for decision making, and often have snapshot voting. That looks very democratic, but makes things a bit slow. Yeah, and the number of NFT holder is currently very small, and they are very nice. They all are very nice.
Oh, yeah.
But when the number of NFT holders grow, how we can eliminate? It's not appropriate word, but how we can remove not appropriate members if they join?
Yeah.
And as I said, the reward system seems very important because without no incentive, I think that the DAO is not sustainable.
Wow. So thank you, Midori-san. So that reminds me, Joi-san's, culture is important. So, not elimination, but if somebody, the culture is, people just joining, we love this music or the fashion, to make the DAO as a culture. So maybe then that is, people we don't have to eliminate, but just favorite people just coming to that culture. I don't know, but.
Yeah, and our committee is currently trying to make mission, vision, value of DAO.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Midori-san. So Noah-san.
I will go back to, because when DAO Zero first started, we basically did our research on GovZero. So GovZero has been a decentralized organization for 10 years. It worked very well, and we were trying to figure out what's the biggest struggle of this decentralized organization, right? And the answer after interviewing like dozens of individuals, dozens of contributors, is that we realized the project initiators are people with very specific passions.
All right,
and these are or the things they're doing right now has very strong correlation with their current career. All right. So they have very specific incentives to do a certain thing or certain project, or it can be a very personal reason that they want to do this. But these kind of momentum drivers are very, very scarce inside organization or inside any kind of DAO or community or whatever. The biggest struggle, these people don't need extra motivations. They will be happy if they are recognized, their accomplishments recognized, but their biggest struggle is how do I incentivize others to join me on this cause and to make a difference, right? So that's what DAO Zero existed, because we want to build tools for these people to help them incentivize others to join them on their journey to build for a more civic society, to build for public goods. So I think that would be the biggest struggle, I think, in DAOs or any other communities.
Oh, thank you for sharing it. So Aya-san, so what is the difficulty for the gardener?
So we don't run a DAO on our own, but one of our grantees is DAO Research Collective, and then they have done a lot of workshops. One organized, or actually they just did one in Harvard last week talking about DAO regulations. But last year they held this workshop at the Stanford, and I participated. And the challenges DAOs have globally are like basically nothing new to the society.
I see.
The challenge that we have in the society. And then, for example, for quadratic voting or funding that I think someone mentioned in the past presentation, that there's a problem of like, popularity contest almost, right? And people don't even do their own research and they vote for some influencer votes.
Yeah, yeah.
And then thinking about that, now researchers thinking about, some of our privacy researchers are working on this new idea of including zero knowledge technology, like bringing privacy into, okay, you don't get to see who votes what. So like there's a kind of like challenges followed by more researchers, but I hope like humans stay some, wise and sane so that we don't rely on technologies too much. But again, like challenges are not really new. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So thank you very much for the panelists and thank you for the participating in this panel. Thank you. Woo-hoo!
Thank you very much for a wonderful panel discussion. So I think you are hungry right now. Yeah, there are some snacks. So maybe need explanation about the vegetarians or choices. Ryoma-san, do you want to explain the food about food? ごめんなさい。Sorry. So he has some comment.
Sorry. As Rule Makers DAO member, I ask you to help us for hearing about Nomad Visa. It's for freelance doing in Japan, some working in Japan, and I want to hearing Web3 entrepreneur to make Web3 law, DAO law, or some change the law concern about Web3. So if there is some person who can cooperate with me, please help. Thank you.
Yeah, please contact him if you are interested in. And
so, good evening. We are prepared today's dinner here, and if you want to drink alcohol, we already prepared the back of the stage. If you are under 20, please don't drink alcohol. It's illegal in Japan, so maybe you will be arrested. I'm not sure. And we also prepared food for vegan and halal. So if you have religious things, please care about the things. So vegan is this table, and halal food is the next table, a vegan. If you don't have any preference about food, you can get just the normal food. Also, you can eat vegan and halal food. Thank you.
プレゼンテーションは、ご自身の PC にある。はい。そしたら、順番が決まっているので、最初3番目です。その時間、この辺にいてもらって、はい。で、パソコンをつなげて、で、スタート。で、5分経ったら必ず終了してもらいます。それだけ気をつけて。はい。はい。事前にちょっとテストしといた方がいいかもしれないですね。はい。普通にこれが刺さる。はい。ちょっと持ってきてもらって。So someone who will have lightning talks, please come here to check the PC. ライトニングトークやる人、こちら集まってもらっていいですか。はい。そうですね。大丈夫そうですね。はい。じゃあ時間になったらよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。So people who will have lightning talks, please come here. Okay.
Maybe I will send you the slides maybe to you.
さっき Google ドキュメント一応英語は翻訳しましたけど日本語で喋ります。はい。メッセンジャー送りました。この半分ぐらいは日本語で。
スライドを送っていただくか、PC 持ってきて。
スライドを送りますっていうか、Google スライドなんだけど。大丈夫ですか。
そうです。
送るのはどこに送った方がいいですか。送る先。
Plurality Tokyo。
Plurality Tokyo@gmail。
Okay.
One, two.
送りました。
なんか、はい、5分の停止はしたいですけど、結局各自でやるので、終わりですって言います。はい。Okay, so we are gonna start lightning talks. Please take your seat. It's okay to have a dinner during that here. Yeah, while hearing the lightning talks. Please come here and take a seat. We will have lightning talks and we have 5 guests. Okay, so and 最初カズマさんから。 Lightning talk is a 5 minutes presentation. If the presenter exceeds 5 minutes, I will cut the presentation. All right? Hey guys, can you come to? And Kazuma-san. Kazuma-san, where is he?あれさっきまでいた。Okay, so let's start lightning talks. And first speaker is Kazuma Ito. And こっちにあります。はい。And from Poripori. And okay, please welcome him. Please.
皆さんこんにちは。ポリポリの伊藤です。今日はよろしくお願いします。盟友の関さんに誘われてピッチしに来たんですけど、今日すごい楽しみにしていました。僕はポリポリというサービスやってるんですけど、いわゆる政策競争のプラットフォームで政治家さんとか行政機関に声を届けるというところで政策を一緒に進めるようなサービスをやっております。簡単に自己紹介なんですけれども、ポリポリの CEO をやっています。これをやる前ですね、趣味で俳句、五七五の俳句が好きだったんですけども、このサービスをマニチームさんに売ってから、ベンチャーキャピタルで働いてから、ポリポリというサービスを立ち上げました。ちなみに関さんとはガブテック協会という日本のガブテックを推進するための、ガブテックアソシエーションでの、共同代表をしております。テレビだったりとか、あと経産省さんとか総務省さんとかの、有識者もやっているという感じでございます。でポリポリはどういう会社かというとですね、いわゆる、先ほど申し上げたように、国民の意見を、政治家さんとか行政に届けるようなサービスです。でいわゆるポリシーメイキングとかアドボカシーのプラットフォームとして、日本だとなかなかない中で、結構唯一の有利なポジションを、築いているという感じでございます。で簡単に会社の状況なんですけど、僕らのいわゆるスタートアップとしてこのサービス会社を立ち上げていまして、5年ぐらい運営しています。で最初はポリポリから始まったんですけれども、ポリポリガブというのはいわゆるデジタル庁さんに導入してもらったりとか、企業さん向けのサービスやったりとか、いろんな大きな政党さんにも導入してもらって、いわゆる今日本だと、最大級の政策のプラットフォームになっているかなというふうに思っています。スタートアップなんでどんどんと急拡大しようかなというふうに思っております。はい、で僕らの結構そうですね、得意性とか面白いとか、いわゆるスタートアップとしてベンチャーキャピタルとか、エンジェル投資家から出資を受けて、急拡大を進めているという点で、LINE さんとか Yahoo さんを運営するような Z ホールディングスさんとか、最近だとNTT さんとかKDDI さんとか、そういうような大きな会社からファイナンスを行って、このサービスを急拡大させているという感じでございます。もちろん上場も狙っていつつなんですけども、海外展開も目指しているという感じでございます。ぜひこの記事とかももし興味あったら見てみてもらえると嬉しいです。はい、で僕らが解決したい課題としてはですね、66.9% の人たちがいわゆる自分の声が反映されていないと思っている人というところで、政治行政と国民の間の壁、ギャップを解決したいというふうに考えています。でやってるサービスは大きく4つぐらいやってるんですけど、ポリポリとポリポリが政治家さんとか行政に声を届けるウェブサイトで、企業さん向けにいわゆる古くなったルールをしっかりとアップデートするというようなサービスだったりとか、あとは政治 .com というメディアはだいたい数十万 PV ぐらい常にあるんですけれども、そういうようないわゆる政治の情報を分かりやすく解説するというメディアも運営しております。はい、で僕らの実績みたいなところだと生理の貧困っていうのはムーブメントとして話題になったんですけれども、あれはポリポリが一つきっかけになって動いた政策でして、いわゆるポリポリの中で国民の声が盛り上がって、それが実際に国会議員さんに取り上げてもらって、それが超党派で動っていて、数十億円単位で国家予算が動いたと。でこれやっぱメディアの NHK の方だったりとかにも、いわゆるメディアがどんどんとムーブメントを作って、動いた事例として、割とインターネット初で政策が動いた事例として、なかなか面白い事例かなということで、海外のメディアにも注目されていると て感じです。はい、であと、スタートアップ業界の方もいるのでスタートアップ関連のことをお話しするとベースさんとかノートさんとかいわゆるクリエイターエコノミークリエイターさんの事業をやっている業界団体からの、ユーザーさんもいましてですねいわゆるベースさんとかに登録するときにネットショップを作るときに住所を登録して公開しないといけなかったんですけども、それってやっぱりストーカー被害とかいろんな社会課題をはらんでいるということで、実際に消費者庁とかあと当時の議員関係している議員さん方にポリポリ通じて声が届いてですね、その法解釈が変わって実際にそういうクリエイターが住所を登録するときに公開しなくてよくなったというようなこういうようなルールメイキングの事例もあったりします。はい、でポリポリガブはですねいわゆる、台湾の V 台湾とかも参考にしながら作っているサービスですけれども、いろんな、省庁さんだったりとか地方自治体さんにも、問い合わせいただいて使っていただいて、これ自体は本当に今逆に問い合わせが来すぎて逆にストップさせているぐらいですね、ニーズ自体は感じているんですけれども、まだまだこういう日本だとガブテックだったりとかシビックテックっていうのは、ここから、まだまだ可能性のあるかなというふうに思うのでどんどん展開していきたいというふうに考えています。はい、以上です。ありがとうございました。
やります。Thank you very much. So the next speaker is Hoshi-san. Let me prepare. これでしたっけ？これですね。はい。そうですね。はい。So, ready?
Hi.
Okay, start.
Hi. I'm Aki Hoshi, tech journalist. I would like to talk about topics related by my profession. I would like to inject some another context in this conference. Next. So, most important social issues have a dilemma, trilemma, multilemma structure. To solve these problems, we need plurality. This is my key message one. Next. Why are we fear? So, because there is some expectation that technology can realize plurality that allows people with different opinions to collaborate. But there is big gap between technology and plurality. There are human rights, journalism, deliberation, democracy. Let us confirm principles. Objectives of state is to protect human rights. Legitimacy of state is democracy. What are human rights? It's a clear universal law framework, not sense. 人権感覚ではなく国際法体系。It's talk about all human it's talk about all human beings. That means leave no one alone. 限られた人だけではなく all human beings すべての人を考える。To make democracy work, to share fact and agenda, to deliberate with plurality. Digital technology can scale deliberation with plurality, such as police, quadratic voting. And human rights and democracy are still incomplete. Let's make some progress with plurality. This is my key message too. Because commercial social networking service and spreading disinformation, hate speech, and destroy fact and agenda and democracy. So we need digital public goods, such as deliberation platform that empower citizen potential and plurality. So let's make democracy work with citizens' hands and digital help. This is my key message 3. So think about connecting old and new mechanism. We need a government that listens to deliberations by its citizens. This is too big problem. So do what you can as much as you can. Not afraid to see problems, big problems. Not afraid of imperfections. Not afraid to take time. 遅くなっても仕方ない。Not afraid to disagree. 合意できなくてもしょうがない。それが plurality. That's plurality. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Next speaker would be Martin.
Yes, Martin. Sorry. Sorry. I think the charge is enough. I think. Yeah.
Ready? Start.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for everyone for still being here. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great opportunity to talk about plurality and share thoughts. So I'm going to talk about decentralized governance beyond code is law. So basically, decentralized governance is important for every decentralized organization. And my key thesis is that code is law is great, but we need to move beyond that, and I'm going to show you what happens if we do. So a couple of words on the concept of of code is law, which is sometimes taken to be at the core of decentralized governance. Now, code is law basically means that the code dictates what happens. So it's immutable, you can't corrupt it, which is great, which does help, which has a lot of benefits and should be a key element in decentralized governments. However, you can only do so much with code is law. You cannot code human intent, you cannot code human values, so it's inherently limited in what it can do. Now, the message here is, whatever you can automate, you should automate, and that you can do with code, but where it reaches its limits, if you go beyond that, it breaks. Therefore, we need decentralized governance beyond code is law, and we need to do that by adding human-centered governance to the principles of code is law. So it does not mean that you shouldn't code things that you can code. It does not mean that you shouldn't use smart contracts. Actually, you should do that whenever you can, but you should use it as a tool and not forget about human governance. Now, every human governance-based systems has a couple of core key elements. One is it needs an agreed rule set, so the community needs to come together, agree on rules. That can be done in many sorts of ways, but if we don't start with that, you're not going to get anywhere. Secondly, you need a dispute resolution mechanism that helps you in case there is a conflict. So between community members, any DAO will know that, any governance community will know that, any country knows that, any company knows that. There is always a mechanism how to resolve conflicts. But if you have that, the last thing that you need is an enforcement mechanism. Without that, the first two are useless. So you need to make sure that you can enforce rules, and this is what's often difficult in a decentralized setting. But it can be done. There are elements like slashing off tokens. There are elements like who controls code upgrades. If you're working in a DAO, if you're contributing to a DAO, you do have some enforcement mechanisms at hand, and we need to work on those, make those better, expand our rule set. Now, if you do that, actually something magically happens, which is that you can push out what I call the governance frontier. So today, what we see here on this slide is that with code is law, we can do certain things, we can do transactions. We can do them very securely, better than with nation-state-based governance. So if you today do a transaction on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, on a decentralized immutable blockchain, it's more secure already than doing a transaction via a bank, especially if you're crossing borders. But that is pretty much all you can do, and you can expand that today using smart contracts. And there are projects, obviously, that work on decentralized governance, but they're still fairly limited, so we need to push them out. Now, nation-state-based legal systems provide more comprehensive governance frameworks, but they're also inherently limited. They don't provide as much transactional security, they're corruptible, and depending on which country you're from and which country you're interacting with, they don't provide much governance security at all. So we need to combine those. We need to add human-based governance to code-based governance in decentralized system, and that is actually how we expand that frontier that we have today, and thereby enable actually more sophisticated, more interesting, and really more fulfilling business models, communities, organizations in the future. That's it for today from me. I've managed to stay within the 5 minutes, and happy to engage with all of you. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And if, guys, if you can voice more lower, it will be very helpful. Yeah. Please tell others. Yeah, if you guys. So yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you very much. So next speaker will be Mia. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, ready? Okay. Okay, start.
Hi everyone, very excited to be here. My name is Mia and I'm the co-founder and product designer at Pump. And today I will be covering onboarding the next million communities in Web3 with dynamic soulbound tokens. So you may have heard of POAPs, which stands for Proof of Attendance Protocol. So you get this digital memento that proves that you attended an event. But what can we do that focus more on the communities and the people and to be able to really be able to have something that showcases their achievements as well as their roles in contributing to the communities that make this ecosystem great. So introducing Pump, so Proof of Membership Protocol. So what is Pump? It is a platform for communities to easily create personalized and branded profile tokens for your members that proves their affiliation to those specific communities or organizations. So it could be a school, it could be a company, it could be a DAO, it could be a club that you start, any sort of community. And what we offer is the seamless NFT creation experience for the members that requires no crypto experience or wallet. So what makes us really unique is that first it's dynamics, so you're able to change the attributes after it's minted. So as this example, this I'm using BuildSpace as an example, but let's say I was first accepted into this program, and then later on I graduated from the program, so we're able to change those attributes post-mint. And second, it's soulbound, so it's non-transferable. I think your reputation on-chain, your contributions, it should stay with you. And something else that we offer, this is an example. These are photos from Miami Hack Week, but this is actually a really fun experience where the members themselves get to experience creating these pumps, where it's personalized to them by taking a selfie, even though we do offer an option to upload a photo as well. And then, because it is designed to look like a profile photo, you're also able to grow your community's online presence by getting your members to use their pump as their profile photo and also posting it online. All right. So I know we had a very limited time here, but if you are a community leader and would like to try out maybe giving pumps for your community members, please reach out to me. And also, we are really hoping to get pumps to become more like a public good, like POAPs. So if you have any grant funding, I would love to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So less than 3 minutes. Yeah, if you want to talk more, you have 2 minutes. It's okay?
Does anyone have any questions? もし質問があれば。
Oh.
I'm actually really wondering, is it possible to make one for Plurality Tokyo right now?
Wow. We do have a demo dashboard, so if we make a frame, we could probably do that. Yeah, so right now what we require is the emails of all the attendees, and then a design frame, and then yeah, we would be able to make a platform. Even though we usually do require more work, because then there's also minting, right? So we need to set that up. But yeah, we do have a demo account where we could show you that.
Wow,
No
that's
worries.
right. Thank you very much. And last speaker will be Taka. Oh.
Oh, yeah, I have a HDMI because Apple finally did that. Oh, okay. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
It is working? It is working right now? Okay. So,
Okay, start.
Hey everyone. I'm really appreciate you participate the Plurality conference. When I was participate the Plurality, sorry, this is a Plurality Tokyo, I remember. Plurality conference is the hosted in the UC Berkeley. This year, January, Graham Wade and the Moderator and hosted the Plurality conference in UC Berkeley, which is the United States. I'm really inspired about the conference, so I decided to open the conference, which is the Plurality Tokyo. So, really appreciate. Anyway, I'm Taka from the cartography, which is the one of the Oracle, which is the how can I say, the calculate value and the provide value into the blockchain world. So today we're gonna introduce about the cartography. Yeah, ready to go. So maybe you got to know about what is a plurality. I think that is one of the notion, just notion. So you can fill up and what is a plurality? Oh, this is a plurality. Also, this one is plurality like that. Yeah. So I'm really hate about current democracy, like especially Japanese one. Yeah. So I'm working to fix about their failure with their blockchain. In short, I'm gonna introduce about Shiba attack and the collusion on the blockchain ecosystem. Also the Oracle program, some bunch of related complex system. Also, what is a plurality under quadratic voting, something like? Yeah, ready to go. Here's a Gitcoin. You saw the Kevin Owocki presentation, which he's a founder of the Gitcoin. Gitcoin is one of the funding platform for the open source software. They already provide 70 million to their open source software. In Japanese yen, 100 oku yen provide for the open source ecosystem like this. They are using quadratic funding, which is the one of the, how can I say, the voting theory or something like a resource allocation theory like that. So I'm gonna explain about what is a quadratic funding. Here is a budget for distribute the public goods. Also, here's the number of projects. One project, two projects, like yeah. Also, the user, like a citizen, is going to be just donate, not invest, just donate for their favorite project based on your how like that. So the quadratic funding is one of the formula to allocate for the public goods like that. Also, one of the really exciting things is it's not specific in the crypto industry. Gitcoin has already proof of concept with the UNICEF. You know the UNICEF, which is the coordination, the world economics and the world public goods, something like that. I'm really surprised about that. Also, in the blockchain world, very difficult to define one-person ID because the people can generate a bunch of address free. So the Gitcoin is building a Gitcoin passport, which is the verify one person, one vote, which is just one of the DID aggregator, like Google, Facebook, and ELS, which is the Ethereum name service. Also the Twitter. Yeah, some bunch of Web 2 and Web 3 application integrate with the Gitcoin passport. But Gitcoin has a Shiba account, which is the one people is going to make 2 accounts or 3 accounts, something like a multiple account. It is 26%. Almost people see, right? We can see one person, each people. You're human, like that. But it's hard to define in the blockchain world. Also, the almost voting theory is assume one person, one ID.
5 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay.
5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I have to respect the people's time. So maybe you can talk later. Yeah. Okay, that was lightning talks. Thank you very much for everyone. And last session will be our unConference. It's your turn. All right? You have still have energy. So he will explain about how it works.
Hello. How is everybody doing? Do you believe in democracy now? I'm not a politician, sorry. Okay, great. Do you believe in plurality? Okay, not so much. Okay. I thought everybody would shout out. And who has been to unConference? Oh, okay, okay. So we are learning unConference first. Okay, then who write your topic on police? Have you written any of your thought on police? We have corrected? Okay, one? Okay, good. Okay. And who has voted on some of the items? Okay, a few? Okay, great. Okay, this is really the learning experience, so let's do that. And who has read the instruction of unConference part? Okay, great. That's something I was thinking about, or I was expecting. So this conference part is really the best format to learn and to speak about your opinion, and also to find your collaborator. Oh, you are here. So those three things are quite unique. You would not find it in any conference, or unless you have this unconference part. So today we are going to look for topics you like to talk about, and we are looking for who are going to lead and who are going to facilitate the conversation. And I drop the volunteers for the note takers. I don't think we can do this. Okay, so tell me what you like to talk about and what you like to hear from here. And I'm sorry, I'm afraid we are going to host only one unconference, but we are going to really focus on this one session. Okay, so we have corrected more than 10 topics. So who would like to talk about that topic? Who would like to lead the topic you entered?
So maybe we can show.
Okay. Can you?
So where is the topic?
I just tweaked it. Yeah. So in fact, we have so many people participated in this police.
Okay. So sorry. Before starting unConference, the live streaming will be, and so say goodbye to. So yeah. So it's your turn, but before that, let me close the the live streaming. So please say hi to online viewers. Goodbye. Thank you very much. We will be enjoying